So welcome. We're going to call the meeting to order for our special October 2nd meeting. So now that we have the sound, I think it's easier to hear. So welcome, everybody. And we are going to start with a roll call and just go around. And we do have some board members that are missing as a present, but hopefully will be coming in. So I'll start Krista Hewling in chair of Jeffersonville. And
John Carroll, Norwich.
Good morning, Mark Perrin, Middlebury.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Oliver Olson, Londonderry.
Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
all right, and it's always hard for us to have our mics, and but appreciate them so everybody can hear us. Thank you. And we're going to start with any amendments to the agenda. Seeing none, we're going to move on, and we're going to thank, we have Superintendent Bruce Labs, who's coming to welcome us, and really thank you. We put out the call and asked to come and bring 100 of our closest friends, and you were so kind to accept, and really the invitation you accepted so warmly and just welcoming, so thank you. And if you want to introduce yourself for the record and the other co-principals.
Yes, good morning. Bruce Labs, the superintendent here at White River Valley Supervisory Union. Welcome here to our Bethel campus, which contains the pre-K through 5 Bethel Elementary School, and Andrew Bowen, sitting next to me, is the principal for that school. And next to her is Owen Bradley, who's the principal for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade here at Bethel. So they both have been here a while before we became joined with the Royalton community. They'll be speaking to you in a second. This SU, as you're probably familiar, I know I spent a lot of time with you over the last couple of years, contains 10 towns. And we first came together as two SUs, the Orange-Windsor Supervisory Union and the Windsor Northwest Supervisory Union came together, and then certainly Act 46 came after that, and we then started to work on the merger work. That wasn't easy. It took a while, but we think we've kind of turned the corner over the last couple years. We joined 4 pairs of school districts in the first branch, the Rochester and Stockbridge merger, the first branch merger, which is Chelsea and Tunbridge, Royalton and Bethel, which is the White River Valley merger, and also Hancock and Granville that don't have schools, but they did merge starting July 1st. We don't think we're a finished product here yet. We're working on it. We're kind of a work in progress, and we've had some really good things. We're very anticipating a lot of new opportunities here to try to build a very great middle school program. There's a lot of collaboration going on with the 2 elementary schools, the one here and the one in Royalton. And certainly I talk to you often about the opportunities we were going to try to establish through the new high school with new course offerings for all the kids. I hope maybe you'll ask them some questions about some of that as they come and talk to you in a couple minutes. We're also very excited about the things that Chelsea and Tunbridge are doing together, and Rochester and Stockbridge are doing together. They are working on a new vision for their schools in their new configuration. We've had some things that have kind of gotten in the way. We had to hire about 40 new teachers this summer. A lot of them decided to retire, I guess, with the new mergers or left to go elsewhere. That's kind of unusual for us, but it has brought a lot of new energy into the mix. Some people with some new ideas and youth, and So we're happy about that. I think one of the smartest things we did, and I don't think I knew it at the time, but it's turned out to be fortunate as we started this whole thing when the two SUs came together with a strategic plan. And that plan, we're still, that was in 2016. And it's a plan that's a 5-year plan, and we're hoping to continue to follow it, not have it sit on the shelf and gather dust. We're actively working on some ideas in it to continue to promote this merger in all the districts, not just in this one. And so I think that was something we did. It's really paid off. We're also working pretty hard to bring a lot of our kids back from placements. And we've been working with Dr. Bill Ketterer here, who has written a book about a model to work with kids. It's called the Restorative Program. We have one program here, one for the middle school kids, and then we have 2 in Royalton for the really young kids, and one for a little older, the 4th and 5th graders, 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders there. We're working on developing a data warehouse so that we can look at where the grade levels are with the kids right now. And yeah, I think you're going to find the kids here eat very well. We hired Willie Walker, who is used to be the chef at the Three Stallion Inn, and he oversees our both our food services. And it's pretty incredible what he serves the kids. You're going to get a little of that flavor today. So I'll pass the mic to Andra and to Owen, and they are the building folks, and they can talk to you a little bit about the program here. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm Andra Bowen. I've been here for 19 years. I started as a teacher, moved my way up from assistant principal to principal this year, and have worked with Mr. Bradley for the last 4 years. So we just want to say welcome. We are working as 2 buildings, 1 school to bridge both this campus and the Royalton campus, which is no small feat to bring teachers together that are 10 miles apart, but we're working hard on it. We have amazing teachers here. I did a little family merger of myself and had a baby in June, so I took some time off and just started back the first day of school. So I can say there's been a lot of work that happened this summer with our teachers, with our administration, and I was doing some other work, but I'm happy to be back and work hard now. So I'm going to pass the mic because unlike my colleagues, I'm maybe a little more short-winded at the mic.
Good morning and welcome, and we are very pleased to have you. We're honored, is how we told everybody in the email that we sent out. We'll have some students and some community members, school board members, in a panel in a few minutes. The food that you are eating today is exactly what we serve the kids today. There's no special food for you, sorry, but it's a special food. There's a lot to say, and I don't want to take all your time, but it took 3 votes for us to merge. Our first vote was in April of 17, and that was with Rochester, and that vote failed. And then we had another one in June, and that one failed. And then Rochester chose to go on their own and join Stockbridge, and we passed a vote in October on the 25th. If you count the calendar days between October 25th and July 1st, when our merger took place at midnight on June 30th, it's 149 days. We ran a school. We're very proud of this. We ran a school and we made a school. It was pretty amazing. We asked so much of so many. We created a steering committee. The structure is very impressive. We had 22 subcommittees. We tried to include everybody. We had kids, parents, teachers, faculty, staff, administration. We covered everything from transportation, food service, curriculum, student voice, and on and on. It's quite a feat that we did, and it was done as a group because no one could ever do this. We have, last year, South Royalton had 374 students, and we in Bethel had 281. That gives us 655 And we also are proud to say that we have 56 tuition students. We're drawing kids, and we'll draw more, because we have a huge goal, and it's an audacious goal, and I know people get a little concerned when I say it, but my goal, my personal professional goal, is to be the best public school in America. And I'm not joking. If we don't have that audacious goal, we'll never meet our lower goals. I'm pushing every day. Mr. Labs is leading us. Mrs. Bowen and the other two principals on the other campus are working hard, as well as all the teachers and the students. This summer, just so you know, with the merger, we thought we didn't have enough to do, so we added 15 facilities projects. That was accomplished from June 21st until, there's still a few things going on, but if you look around the gym, it's green and gold. It wasn't last year. There's a brand new cat head in the center floor. This is, all three gyms had work done. The greenhouse, we put a new science lab in the other building. We put a shop in this building, which we'd love to show you. And we're working very hard to offer the best education to our students. One of the things we did is we used the transferable skills as a filter. Communication, problem solving, informative thinking, responsible and involved citizenship, and self-direction. Those were guiding principles for us. If we expect students to meet those and be proficient, we had to model that. We're really proud of our work, and we're really grateful you're here today. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having us. And I really want to thank you too, because when you put out the offer, you also open your doors to students coming in and having some student voice. And what struck me about Bruce, you came to our state board so many times and came with the different districts and coming again and again and just kept working through this. But what stuck out to me was your plan when you first came to us the very first time, and the student voice, that when you started talking about 46, you actually went to your students first and said, what do you want? And I was telling Bruce earlier, I had a sort of a mole on the inside. A former student of mine as a teacher was in the district and was telling me about the great things that were happening and student voice and really how student voice was honored. And so thank you for starting that process, student voice, and then coming here and having students come and talk directly to us. I think that's very helpful, and just to hear some of the experiences. Because you went beyond what 46 was asking you and really looked at what your students wanted, and what they wanted was more depth, more choice, and you tried to provide that in the best way that voters felt comfortable with. And so those multiple attempts. So thank you, and again, thank you for hosting us. And we'd love to invite the panel up with students and parents at this time. That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah. The students were the ones directing everybody, if you saw, and yes, and so helpful.
And may I address at the end? I have something I want to show.
Sure. No, thank you.
Morning, Tom.
Yeah, if they could just say their name and sort of their role, student, if you're a student, what school, and then if you're a parent or a school board member, that would be great.
One of the things we like
Good.
to start, though, is to start the day with the pledge. And we've asked Jason Gray, one of our students, to lead us in that. If you'd like to pick up, and remember you can stand with the flag right there behind you. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
He wants to leave. He wants to go more.
Well, thank you for doing the pledge for us. Thank you.
So if maybe we start and introduce and you roll, right?
I'm Laurie Smith. I am a health teacher on both
campuses, 3rd through 5th grade, and also the 6th grade middle school health educator. I'm also a parent of 2 middle schoolers here in this building and a high schooler over in Warrenton.
Hi, I'm Eliza Baby, and I'm a senior at Vermont Valley High School.
Hello, my name is Grace Collins, and I'm an 8th grader here at the Whitman Valley Middle School.
Hi, I'm Casey Zisselberger. I'm a 7th grader here at White River Valley Middle School.
Hi, I'm Rodney Rainville. I'm on the White River Valley School Board. I'm from Bethel. I have a child in the middle school, and my wife is a teacher here in Bethel, and she's also the president of the PTO.
My name is John Olmsted. I'm a resident of town of Royalton, and I was on the study committee that helped turn the boat around. I have 2 grandchildren right now in the Royalton campus elementary program. They're the reason I got back involved after getting away from school stuff for 4 or 5 years.
Hi, Grace Longwoods. I'm a junior at the White River Valley High School, and I'm the student school board rep.
Okay, so at this point, if you want to just talk to us a little about, you have some pretty special experiences, especially if you're here in the middle school and you maybe weren't in Bethel last year. I know I was talking to one student in the hallway that was telling me about their experience. So if we want to just open it up and talk about the experience, and if adults or students first, just talking about sort of what happened here, what were some of the challenges, what's been some of the successes, and maybe some of the opportunities created.
All right, I guess I'll start now. I kind of had something written up that I'd like to share with you guys. So as you know, I'm a senior at White River Valley High School, and I'm finishing my last year at the South Royalton campus. And I'd like to take a few minutes to reflect on my process with the merger. First of all, the merger was a complex process. It fostered a lot of miscommunication. Being an upcoming senior, a lot of my other classmates made this process a little bit more difficult because we were losing our identity and we wanted to spend our last year as the Royals. I can't imagine how the merger must have felt for some of the other students who had to change the location of their school on top of everything else. Many of my classmates attended school board meetings, including myself, and throughout the year we voiced our concern about the merger. Some of our feedback was taken into account, but other things were not. I would like to say that to all schools considering merging, creating a solid foundation for communication is key in order to include everyone and create trusting relationships. As we're now into our new school year, things have been fine for me. As a senior, I haven't seen any super significant changes outside of some new classes, but for other students, and especially the middle school, I believe it has provided them with a large array of new classes and opportunities. I have enjoyed combining our school's traditions, such as the Bethel Forward Festival and the upcoming Sorrow Bonfire. I have also enjoyed meeting new people and working with new people. There have been many people who have contributed towards the merger process. Joanne Melanson, who you guys, I'm not sure if you're aware of, she was our intern principal last year, in the middle of the year, and she was an excellent facilitator for forward process during the merger. And Rhea McCracken has been considerate towards student voice as the new high school principal.
As you all know, I'm Grace Collins. I'm a middle schooler here. When I first heard about the idea of the merger, I was a little bit timid at first because I was always very towards the idea of South Royalton and having separate schools. But then when I first started my first day here at White River Valley Middle School, I definitely took into consideration the opportunities that we all had. Last year, if I was an 8th grader at South Royalton, I would not have the opportunity to take shop class and also band and chorus. You would have to take out one of those. But now that I'm here, we have all of those opportunities and we can take all of those classes together.
As you know, I'm Mrs. Isselberger. One thing that I, like Grace, I thought that the merger wasn't a very good idea, and I was nervous on the first day. But seeing it now, I actually like how everything is gone. But one thing I don't really like about the merger is the bus situation. I know that's not really able to be fixed, but I don't like the part that we have to wait 20 minutes just to get on the bus to go home.
As I said, I'm on the school board, and I was on the study committee before the school board, before when we were trying to get the merger together. I was on that for, seemed like forever. And I agree that the busing has been the biggest problem that we've had. But the new opportunities and whatnot have outweighed the issues of the busing. I think we will continue to work on the busing until it's improved. And the school will continue to grow as students needs changes.
Hi, folks. Just a quick background. I was on the South Royalton School Board for about 9 years, 7 or 8 years ago, and was voted off, which I considered a win. But long story short, I got back involved after the first vote, and we all read the papers and knew how that went, and South Royalton pulled out, and I thought that that was the wrong decision. And hearing what I heard from these three ladies here, and what I'm sure I'll hear from Grace, tells me that it clearly was the right decision. It clearly shows when they talk about expanded opportunity. Because to me, it never mattered what the name of the building was or what the colors was. It mattered what we were offering our students. And we all know that the smaller schools cannot survive economically and still offer the quality of education that was needed. This merger is bringing about that quality of education. And we expected bumps on the road, but they're managing it. And those bumps would have been there whether we were not merged or had to come together. The busing situation comes to be the biggest one. A number of years ago, when I first got on the school board in South Royalton, I sat down with a group in Bethel and South Royalton to try to merge then, and we didn't get it done. We should have. If we'd have had that, been doing it then, we'd have been making that merger more from a position of strength, even more so than what we were when we came together here. In my own hometown, you've all read the papers, and you saw some of the ups and downs and some of the tough comments that went back and forth. What I hear now is folks just kind of once in a while grumbling about the same things they would have been complaining about if there hadn't been a merger and we were just dealing with the day-to-day issues in the school. I think folks are starting to recognize clearly that this coming together of our school districts is a true benefit to the most important component of the whole thing, these kids. They needed more options in their class offerings. Bethel couldn't provide them. South Royalton slowly couldn't provide them, and now they have that opportunity. So this is a win all the way around, and I'm sure that Rodney's going to fix the busing next meeting. I have no concerns about that. But thank you for coming here and giving me the opportunity to address it. It was an exhilarating experience to get the vote turned around and go through the process. Sometimes aggravating, but certainly exhilarating, but the end result was worth every minute of the time invested.
Hi, I'm Grace. I guess I might be one of these students that didn't have any negative feelings towards the merger before it happened. I was really excited about the process. I started when I was in middle school when they first introduced the idea to us. I remember going to town hall and like making posters about like what we were gonna do. And when it finally happened, I wasn't scared. I was a little scared, like just to see so many people that I knew it was gonna be okay. And when I got to the South Royalton campus school, it felt like home immediately because I already knew most of the kids. It's just been great. Like I'm taking AP classes that weren't offered at Bethel, but I really been able to take really good for college. And I feel like that's the most important thing is the new opportunities that are being offered to students. If we didn't merge, that was like where I would be going with my life right now. Things have changed and for the better. When we're talking about like how the merger process went, I would say
them to do a really difficult thing in changing the school building that they expected to attend for their entire lives, in merging in with new students and doing some really complicated busing. And the kids have been absolutely amazing. From the very first day of the middle school students just owned it. They were clearly at home from the get-go. It was incredibly impressive. And I know a couple of weeks into the school year, I said very cautiously to my son, who's in 10th grade, I asked him, how's it going between the Royalton and the Bethel kids? And he paused, and I later realized he was trying to gather his patience with me in his pause. And finally, he shook his head and he said, Mom, why do the adults keep asking us that? The kids are just fine. And I think all these students who spoke this morning have proven that. The kids are better than fine. They're amazing. They've been incredibly flexible and adaptable. They're doing a great job. I'm also really proud of the new programming that we've been able to add and the new opportunities we've added from the get-go. Not only the new high school classes, but things in the middle school, like a really robust advisory program and new club opportunities for middle schoolers. At the elementary level, our elementary students here in Bethel have the opportunity for private music lessons with professionals for the first time. Over in Royalton, they have added our outdoor education program for young elementary students. That's something that Bethel has been doing a few years. So it really feels like we're digging deep to bring the best of both campuses together to expand it. And I really feel like we are growing opportunity and equity and quality for all of our students. So I feel incredibly proud of that and privileged to be a part of the process. I do just want to add a cautionary note. Since the merger work really began in earnest last January, the adults have been working incredibly hard. And I can honestly say that since school began, every single adult that works on the Royalton or the Bethel campus is having to work harder and longer because of the merger. And we do it out of love for our students. People are incredibly committed. But as a health educator, I have to tell you, it's only October 2nd, and the adults are completely exhausted. I am worried about the physical and mental health of all of the staff, because along with doing this merger and all we're doing for that, we're also, implementing proficiencies and reimagining education. So I haven't looked at your agenda for the rest of the day, but I sincerely hope it doesn't involve a major initiative that you're going to ask educators to take on anytime soon. We are really tired, and we need the chance to settle in, to make the best of the merger, to slowly do the proficiency work that we need to do. But we can't take on more right now. We want to do the best we can with the situation and the opportunities we have right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And if the students wouldn't mind indulging adults asking questions that you might roll your eyes at and be like, you're asking again, but do we have board members with questions to ask the panel? Mark?
Just quickly touching base on the extra work that you say is being done by the adults. Does that include any adults outside of the building, like school board members or anything like that? Or are you talking strictly adults within the school system?
Being part of the school board, this is my first year on the school board, so I don't know how much they had to do in past years. We have a lot of meetings. Meetings go on. It has kind of settled in, and things are really progressing nicely now. But yeah, I would say Yeah, the school board said to probably put in a little bit of extra in the PTO, trying to merge with both schools, things like that. Yeah, I think everybody's putting in a little bit of extra to make everything work.
Thanks.
Bill?
I just want to say thank you for your words about more new mandates or more new programs and so forth. We've certainly made that known to the legislature, and if you would talk to your legislators as well, there doesn't seem to be the awareness that you can't keep piling on stuff and expecting things to improve when you're already overstretched your capacity. So we continue to try to focus as best we can and keep the number of initiatives limited to doability. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Grace, if I could ask you a question. If I recall, you mentioned you're on the student council. And I'm just curious if the conversations, I'm sure you had conversations on the student council about this merger process and where it's landed, and I'm curious if there's any dissension on amongst your colleagues who, maybe post-merger are looking back and saying, we still don't think that this was a good idea, or maybe we thought it was a good idea and now we have regrets. Can you speak to any dissension, or are people on the council pretty happy with how things have landed?
Well, we haven't really talked about how the merger went on the student council, because all, it feels like we've been in school together forever, and it's not really a topic for debate anymore. It's just everybody's happy with what's going on. Yeah, this last student council meeting, we were talking about Spirit Week. So this week is Spirit Week right now, because we have a bonfire meeting that Eliza mentioned earlier. We're still carrying on traditions for both schools. I know there's a little bit of tension because traditions are like people are worried about not having them. But I know everybody's working incredibly hard. Like our AD, Mr. Murphy, worked really hard to get us this bonfire meeting and talk about it in like every soccer practice that we had. But as a student council, we haven't talked about like not liking the merger. There hasn't been negative thoughts about it that I can recall. Yeah, that's basically how our student is going. Oh, that's nice.
Yes, and other student, yeah.
Hi, I was the vice president of my class last year. I was also on the student council for freshman, sophomore, and junior year. And last year, I think student council was really concentrating on making sure that at South Royalton we were showing extra spirit that year. So a lot of our concentration was on like making Spirit Week like really great and making our carnival excellent every year. It's definitely been a little rough at the beginning of this year because with all the other stuff that the staff has had to do all year and stuff, and we weren't sure exactly we weren't going to keep student council the same way because Bethel didn't have the exact same thing that we did, so we had to think about how are we going to merge these two student body governments. So it took a little bit to actually decide on how we were going to do that, and now that we have decided on that, we're slowly getting into the routine of what South Royalton did for the student body. So it's been a little rough, but I think it's gonna, next year it's really gonna start and go well, I believe.
Okay, Peter?
Yeah, it's great hearing from you, and in your first year. I'm wondering, you've seen new opportunities. I'm wondering what you'd like to see happen, and how much are you contributing to, as students, to these kinds of considerations and choices?
I think this year, Mr. McCracken has given us a lot of opportunities to really be involved with the new school, and I see the underclassmen really taking a role in future school processes, so I'm really confident about it. It was a little rough last year though, getting student voice for some things, but
Yeah, great.
And here at the middle school, Mr. Bradley has also done an amazing job on having us be a part of clubs and class choices that we would like to take. Like I brought up the idea of starting a debate club, and he was totally on board with that idea. He really liked it, how kids wanted to be a part of those things and stuff. So I think it's also been going very well here at the school.
Thank you.
I want to follow up on the school bus issue. So it sounds like you have a 20-minute wait time, or you doubled up on some runs. Is the transportation problem, is that it, or are there other issues related to the merger relative to student transportation, or are students on the bus longer? What else is going on with student transportation?
Well, part of the problem is shortage of drivers. I think that's a statewide problem.
Yeah.
Vermont's a very difficult state geographically to get around in. You can't go straight to anything. You have to go around a mountain for something. It's very difficult. And we try to keep all students on the bus less than an hour, and that's just not happening. I think the biggest problem is the shortage of drivers. I think we're short 2 drivers right now, which is 30%.
No.
And that will help a lot. We get the drivers going, and then we'll have to kind of keep working the routes so that, to shorten them up and make them more efficient. It's going to take some time and seeing how everything works out.
Thanks.
Part of that is because, like, with athletics, our AD, Mr. Murphy, has been overloaded because he's trying to cover athletics for a brand new school he's ever been to. And yesterday, boys' soccer team's game got canceled because they didn't have a bus. So I think it's really important for new schools to, like, really focus on the little things like that.
John?
Yeah, the issue of sports keeps coming up. I'm just curious, with the new school and more students, have you moved up in divisions? Do you have new opponents now?
So we're Division 3 now. We were Division 4, both schools. We seem to be playing the same schools, but in the past we did play schools that were a higher division than us. I think it's a good thing though. Our soccer teams are great this year. So it's not a negative thing at all.
All right. Well, thank you. And I know that you wanted to have some time at the end.
We could just have that segment. By the way, this is the middle school shop class. That's in the back. So you're right in the middle of the school. So things you're going to have the 3 schools all come out here, double by. And
We saw them once already. They're very
good.
cute.
And we see them all as adorable, but we're just so that's there. I want to thank them because they took time out of their work and out of their school day, and we really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
With our merger, we knew that there were things that we needed to do to communicate, and it's always an issue to communicate. I'm going to hand out a few things. We ran a newsletter that Lori helped put together, and we kept the communications flowing. We have these postcards that we send to families when we see kids or each other doing positive things. We send a postcard by snail mail. It's pretty wonderful. So you're welcome to look at those. And we also have really tried to brand ourselves all over the school with our school-wide expectations and how we do things. And I think it's underplayed a little. When you change your school colors from blue and gold in Royalton and green and white in Bethel to green and gold, it's painful. And it's not about the colors. It's about the community. We asked 2 communities to re-identify themselves, and they did. I'm proud that I'm a high school graduate from Vermont, from Twinfield, very similar school. I went to CCB, Johnson, and UVM. I'm one that didn't get out, and there's a bunch of us that haven't. Andrew is also right from here. It's important to us. Citizenship is important, and we're trying to instill that every day, and that's what this is. Finally, I'll hand out, this is a merger update that we gave at town meeting last year. This will give you some insight to that. One of the things we know that we're also going to do an evaluation mid-year on how we're doing. And we want to do a process improvement. We're working with the agency on a continuous improvement plan, and that's important to us. But before you go, we also, we want to get your sizes because we have some t-shirts. So, if you send around, if you want one, send around a sign-up, please. And we would love for you to wear our swag. Okay? And we have those that we give out to everybody, and we think we'll let you have one of these today, which is a staff t-shirt. And these are the softer cotton, FYI.
Same color as
Thank you
our
so
team.
much.
Same color as your team?
Yeah, so I can just reuse it.
Great. And UVM and the state police. Again. And you know, everybody gives the students credit right away, but one of the things we talk about here in Bethel and in Royalton is we're a learning community, and we're all learners. If most of us are the highest responsibility, those of us that have the most power have the most responsibility to be a learner. And Mr. Labs models that to the point where our initiative this year is every student reading on grade level and having numeracy on grade level. And we know it will take several years, but we're working very hard on that, and we're very proud of that. Thank you for being here today, and we hope to meet all parents.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being such gracious hosts, and thank you again, just echoing, thank you for coming out and lending your opinions and giving us some insight. Thank you very much. And again,
Grace works for the paper, and she's acting as a reporter today, too.
oh, good, so taking some notes down. All right, so at this point, we are going to transition, hear some more voices from the public to be heard. And if you haven't already and you wish to speak, if you wouldn't mind stepping over here and signing up for the public to be heard. So if you want to just make sure your name is signed in, and once we get that list, we can talk about public meeting to be heard, or public to be heard.
I posted initially, but...
And John, do you want to start a sheet with sizes for them?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Master control. Just be careful what you say. Yeah. No swear in between.
Me and Dick Cheney, right? Remember that? Live.
I'm just going to confirm with somebody to help me with some math. Hold on one second. All right, can I just confirm, is there anybody else that wanted to be added to the list?
Looks like McCormick is coming up.
Oh, Mr. McCormick, would you like to be added to the list?
Sure.
Okay.
Soccer season, I could always
All right, so thank you. So we should be able to have 3 minutes per person, and that way we can get everybody in and make sure everybody has their voice. And so I would just ask that Gail Conley, if you could step up first. And after Gail is David Clark. And John, do you have timer?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't bring my sheets, though. I know somebody gave me some.
Oh, you have some sheets.
Well, I don't know. Somebody... You did that?
Okay, so John's been gracious enough the whole time as we're touring the state to be our timekeeper. And so what he will do is just give you a yellow. How about we do a yellow when there's 30 seconds left? And then the red is when you get into your 3 minutes, just so you know, and with the time, and you can plan accordingly. Okay, and so John will have that up. And so, Gail, you have the floor first. Thank you.
3 minutes, right?
Thank you.
3 minutes, yep.
It's good to see you again. I will take 3 minutes. I'm sorry to see Peter has stepped out. Peter and I had conversations about merger when the legislature and the Ed Committee was talking about Act 153, and then later with 156. But I think Peter moved on from the Education Committee to the State Board for 46. And did I say I'm Gail Conley from Huntington? On 153, Huntington voted no. On 156, which changed the law, Huntington voted no. When 46 came along and changed the law, Huntington voted no. So now we're waiting for your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, David, and then
Karen? You're up next. Thank you.
You ready?
Yeah, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. My name is David Clark, and back in the late 1980s, I got my arm twisted by a Westminster educator named Claire Oglesby to run for the town school board because there was a new principal in the district, and Claire wanted to see him gone. Well, because I felt my mission extended beyond those narrow parameters, 30 years and 3 election defeats later, I'm still around. These days I represent Westminster on the Bellows Falls Union High School Board. I represent BFUHS on River Valley Tech Center Board, and I'm also chair of the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union. The Board of Education has before it the Herculean task of finding the necessary wisdom and sagacity to respond appropriately to the demands placed upon you by the Act 46 merger legislation. And I've been around long enough to be able to draw a straight line for you between Act 46 and Act 60, the original statewide property tax legislation. And I'm sorry to have to tell you that Act 46, as it's currently construed, is destined to be a systemic failure of the same magnitude. I wish you all the luck in the world in finding an equitable way to apply it, because at its core, and in spite of the rhetoric, when your task is to override more than 200 years of local responsibility and local control, which has served Vermont disproportionately well compared to other places, equity plays no part in Act 46 whatsoever. Thank you for the time to hear me out.
Thank you. So coming up, we have Randall. You have the floor. Thanks.
Thanks. Yes, you guys have a big day ahead of you, and we look forward to hearing all your deliberations. Just 2 quick sort of general things that I hope that you keep at the front of your minds as you go through the day. First, please do not mistake the means for the end.
Oh, and people in the audience just can't hear me.
Okay. Please do not mistake the means for the end. Understand that for Barnard, as for most of us, I think, submitting Section 9 proposals, there are real barriers to merger that make it the case that independent governments is the best way to meet the goals of Act 46. The goals are what we're looking to. In these circumstances, a forced merger is certainly not a platform for success. So let us in this process model respect and civility, uphold the value of participatory democracy that gives voice to all people, rather than wielding authority and power to silence those who are not towing the preferred line. Please listen to and respect the voice of those you're obligated to serve. The communities on the ground working towards equity, excellence in education for all of our kids. Just as you lauded this White River Valley district for listening to its students, please listen to those that you are obligated to serve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Randall and Margaret is up after Randall.
Hello, I'm Randall Zott. I'm the incoming state representative for the beautiful Windsor 4-1 district, which spans Barnard, Pomfret, and part of Hartford. And one of the things I find particularly interesting about my district is it sort of embodies the legislative intent and the law as written in that Barnard voted no against merger, Pomfret voted yes for merger, and Hartford was carved out and exempted from merger. And as the proponents from Barnard see things, that's exactly the way that things should transpire and the way that the law was envisioned, which is each district had particular paths that they could opt for in the process, and that's what happened. I'd also like to thank the opportunity to hear from the White River Supervisor Union and their new merged district, because it does illustrate something that's very important to us in Barnard, which is that they had a series of votes that were each honored in their process. And in the course of that, they worked out a plan that was agreeable to everyone involved. And the reason that it was agreeable to everyone involved is because they took into account specific people in specific circumstances. So it's one thing to sort of abstractly talk about the law, and it's another thing to talk about what is actually embodied in the law and who the players are. In our particular case, there are specific board members and there are specific plans that we are reacting to. It's not the abstraction of merger, it's the specific mechanics of the merger as it affects our town. And finally, I gave you some prepared remarks, so I'm going to kind of skip around just to cover the rest of it. This part's really interesting. Benjamin Franklin is alleged to have described democracy as two wolves and a sheep voting on what to have for dinner. And whether he actually said it or not, I can't say. But from my perspective, it's an apt description of the school governance consolidation process. In many parts of the states, though, it is more like two wolves, a cat, and a sheep. The cat casts its vote with the wolves, not seeing far enough into the future to see that it too will be on the menu. In this fable, when the sheep objects, it is admonished by the consolidating wolves to understand that we must create a new definition of us. Never mind that the us in question serves the wolves quite well. This redefinition has too often been employed to shame school districts seeking an alternate path. And since I see my time's up, I'll just...
No. You got 30 seconds. Keep going. You got 30 seconds.
If the SBE approves the statewide plan as is, that regards votes it disagrees with as a mere community sentiment, while steadfastly defending votes it agrees with, it will be siding with the wolves. Should one town's vote on its educational future be ignored while honoring another town's vote on the very same ballot? If you care about protecting the vulnerable, especially from a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing that claims to know what's best for all children, you must amend the statewide plan.
David Kelly, is it Dr. Margaret?
Margaret McLean, Peacham. Since the language change in the Table of Decision Points memo of September 19th, the Secretary has gone from making no clear recommendations on June 1st for districts not recommended for forced merger to indicating the Secretary agrees these districts have made successful alternative governance applications. The legislature clearly made a viable alternative route to compliance with the law articulated by Rule 3400. This requires the State Board analyze and review the state plan. Now, the State Board has examples of successful alternative applications to look to, which the Secretary is recommending for approval. Of the districts in this category, few could legally have merged. The districts who have made successful applications when other outcomes were possible indicate the standards used by the Secretary to decide compliance with Rule 3400. Presumably, these districts showed they met the goals of the law, and their plans demonstrated they could meet the goals of the law, or their plans demonstrated they could meet the goals of the law, and they indicated barriers to merger as outlined in the law to be taken into consideration, which the Secretary found compelling enough to approve their plans. The 5 successful alternative applications where merger was possible but not recommended are Proposal 11, 12, 15, 26, and 29. Your analysis of these 5 approved proposals and the standards they met should aid consistency and equity in your decision-making. Treating these 5 differently from the rest could violate the Equal Protection Clause of the Vermont Constitution. The districts contesting the Secretary's recommendation, and 11 have already voted to join a lawsuit with more votes coming, wish to fight forced merger to ensure the state not slip into favoritism and unfair or inequitable treatment between school districts. You have no moral authority to disregard the will of the people. At a minimum, you need evidence applied with consistency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have Scott from Callis. After David.
My voice is booming. My name's Dave Kelly. I'm from Greensboro, and almost every morning for 3 years while I was in law school, I walked past the United States Supreme Court building on my way to class. On the front of the facade of that building, etched in marble that was quarried from Vermont, are these 4 words: equal justice under law. That simple idea has been the North Star of the American journey. Jefferson told us we fought our revolution for that idea. At Gettysburg, where so many Vermonters gave their lives, Lincoln told us they died for that idea. So what does that idea have to do with the Secretary's proposed plan? It is fundamental that here in this country, we don't all march to the same drummer, but that we are all entitled to be treated equally. Barnard School District is being forced to merge with Woodstock. Woodbury could be merged with Hardwick, but it is not. Is Barnard less efficient than Woodbury? Is Barnard producing student outcomes that are poorer than Woodbury's? Is the number of students attending Barnard schools shrinking while Woodbury's is growing? Is it somehow easier to get to Woodstock from Barnard than it is to get to Hardwick from Woodbury? The answer to all of those questions is no. It is fundamental that our students and our towns be treated equally. But the Secretary's proposal does not measure up to that basic standard of our classrooms or our courts. Another example, the East Montpelier School District carries a multi-million-dollar bond. The community incurred that debt after listening to study committees, holding community meetings, and voting. They knowingly considered and consented to that debt. The Callis School District carries no debt. Callis consciously shaped a different future. But now the Secretary of Education, an unelected official, has said East Montpelier can shift its debt onto its neighbors' shoulders without the neighbors' consideration or consent. Imagine for a moment that Fannie Mae allows John Carroll to foist half of a $300,000 mortgage onto Krista Euling and Bill Mathis without their consideration or consent. It offends the most fundamental notions of fairness and equality. George III might have liked the Secretary's plan. I knew George Aiken well, and I can tell you he would not. As you consider the Secretary's plan and alternative governance proposals, I would ask you to remember the words that are etched in marble, quarried from Vermont. Those words should be your North Star. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Scott up and Liz from Putney.
Thank you, David.
Is coming up.
No. I'm Scott Thompson, Callis rep on the U32 board. Congratulations on passing the endurance portion of your iron board competition. If I may offer some words of encouragement for this next phase, most important would be that you will never, ever be faulted for honoring and ratifying the hard work of democracy. This might disappoint some fans of the rubber stamp approach, but not to worry, they'll get over it. Pardon me, I think they'll get over it at any rate. They, in fact, may even thank you someday for having kept them from committing public policy malpractice. For though towns and school districts may be creatures of the state in a formal, legalistic sense, the state itself is a creature of the people, the same as towns and school districts. I know some of you already know this very well, but it still bears repeating. We are the same people in different configurations. We should be relating to each other cooperatively, each performing the work for which we're best suited, supporting each other's strengths, backstopping each other on our weaknesses, all in a constructive spirit with a sense of shared purpose. But instead, we have this forced consolidation plan, which more nearly resembles an autoimmune disease, the body attacking itself. Needless to say, this does nothing good for our schools or our people, our children included. Yet, the agency seems to want you to follow this very path. And it has decked it out with all the trappings of bureaucratic inevitability that it can manufacture with its considerable ingenuity and industry. So, in this phase of your Iron Board competition, you'll need a certain strength of mind and character. But I have full confidence in you. You have what it takes to do the right thing. You can let go of the agency's hand. Just show your stuff. Thanks.
Okay, so we have Liz and then Paul from Huntington up next.
These guys are tough acts to follow. Always. Thanks for your time. I strongly urge you to treat all districts equitably, fairly, and consistent. I can't say it today, sorry. Consistently. Please keep in mind that AGS proposals did not have access to the AOE, nor did the AOE provide feedback to let us know if any of our part of our plan was not up to standards. The merger proposal for WSESU provides for equal across the SU and not equitable. For instance, Putney Central School does not offer foreign language to grades K through 5. It has access to about 160 acres behind the school with 4 different habitats that is heavily used for environmental education. That is equitable with foreign language instruction in those grades. In speaking with some of my former preschool children that are currently at the USH, they all appreciated the extra protective factor by staying at Putney Central School through 8th grade. The Chinese language instruction problem I specified has been remedied to include European foreign language. They said it took a few weeks to be comfortable at VUHS, but it was fine. They were also appalled at the drug and alcohol use of their peers from BAMS. Lachlan Francis, who just graduated from UVM and served on this board as a student, messaged me this. He was also one of my pre-K kids. I loved PCS. For the most part, I felt well prepared for BUHS. I would like to point out some issues on page 31 of the AOE's report concerning Putney. Number 1, it says the board reports that it has chronic problem recruiting board members, few residents attending board meetings, and it is cost prohibitive to broadcast meetings on community access TV. The board has had some issues recruiting board members recently, but it is not a problem, not a chronic problem, and possibly a personality problem. The other issue is that few residents, and they also talked about few residents attending board meetings. This is partly because the meetings are held at 4 p.m. when most people are working. They used to be at 6 p.m. I used to go to a lot of them, and people were there. To have someone come from BCTV may be expensive, but as a new board member recently found out, the equipment for recording the meetings is available for $40. Then BCTV will broadcast it. Regarding foreign language, that is one of the things that is in the merger proposal to spread the first grade through sixth grade to all the schools. I spoke with the superintendent, Lyle Holiday, at Putney board meeting on August 2nd, and asked her about what level kids coming from the Brattleboro schools were taking at their middle school.
And so we're at time.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gone beyond to give
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
So and again, just email me if you want
Sure.
more in.
That was just something I added because you said we had more time.
Yeah, no, thank you. So we have Paul and then Pamela from Barnard.
Good morning. My name is Paul Susan, resident in Huntington, longtime educator, having taught at the college and university level for 46 years now. I'm also chair of the Huntington School Board. I will not repeat what I said on behalf of Huntington at our April meeting with AOE, nor my comments at the State Board hearing in Montpelier in August. Rather, my statement is aimed at a more macro level, which I believe affects most, if not all, the school districts that you've heard from at your 3 regional hearings. My question has to do with intent. I have 4 specific questions. Number 1, was it the intent of the legislature to mandate merger against the will of the affected town? Second question, was it the intent of the legislature to mandate sale of town property without the express consent of residents in the affected town? Third question, was it the intent of the legislature to mandate that a town absorb debt from neighboring towns without the vote of the electorate of the affected town? Fourth question, was it the intent of the legislature that a modified union board could agree to merger, sale of property, and absorption of debt of a non-member school district without the express consent of the affected town board and the affected town? If the answer to the above questions is no, that was not the intent of the legislature, or we, meaning you, the state board, don't know what the intent was, then what you are doing today is writing a set of rules without any legislative intent and without any express support from that legislature. In sum, my question is, does the board have the legislative authority and does the board have the legal authority to mandate merger, sale of property, and absorption of debt without the express support of the affected town? Thanks for all you do, for your contributions to all the students in Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Pamela, is she?
I am reading something from Pamela. She could not be here, please.
Okay. And then so next up is Dorothy from Calais.
Okay. Dear members of the board, it is extremely positive that your board is holding this special meeting to decide on guiding principles and that you have placed a priority on consistency in decisions about the 18 proposals in 37 districts that may be forced into consolidation. This stands in contrast with the AOE process over the past year, including the Secretary's plan and the recent Decision Points memo. Neither of these articulate nor show a pattern of consistent criteria. For instance, 5 proposals that the Secretary's plan made no recommendation on have some of the same conditions as many of the 18 that are recommended for merger. It is encouraging that you are creating an improved process. I urge you to assert a primary principle that Section 9 proposals that demonstrate that they meet the goals of Act 46 will be accepted. This is the law. Another crucial guiding principle should be consent. If not, the process that included legally binding votes that the AOE suggests be overridden will raise the very good question, why did we even vote at all if our votes were only to be counted if they went one way? That would make a joke out of voting. But I'm sure we all share a belief in the importance of the democratic process. The belief that American governance derives its just power from the consent of the governed. Those of us that serve on public boards, myself as a school board member, and each of you on this state board represent the will of the people. When school board members from Barnard researched, wrote, and spoke to you about our Section 9 application, we represent what residents communicated to us in a variety of forums, including a legally binding vote against the only other alternative, the very merger you are considering forcing us into. The majority of our citizens have let us know that they believe the merger we voted down has unfair terms and will do harm to the education of our students, to the viability of our school, to the sense of community, and the economic health of our town. In the Secretary's plan, the outcome of some votes is suggested to be community sentiment. This should be an outrage to all of us who believe in the we the people. I urge you to accept Section 9 proposals according to the law on the basis of the best meeting the goals, without increased stringency and with respect for the consent of the governance. Thank you, Pamela Fraser, Board Member, Windsor Central Modified Unified Union for Barnard 7 to 12. And now I'm next on the list for myself.
Oh, so you weren't...
I was not taking, I was reading it for her. Thank you.
Yeah, John.
So if someone's not here, I mean...
It's been done in the past. It was done up
I
in
just,
north.
if I could, I just want to just raise, I'm fine, but I just want to raise a little bit of an objection that you could actually speak 10 times, claiming that you're speaking for 10 people from your town. I just want to...
Yeah, I thought you were just speaking on...
I'm a little uncomfortable with this precedent.
If you will see, my name is signed after hers.
I know that there's a little bit of confusion. Yeah. So yeah, just in the future, I mean, if people are here, they're here for public comment. Yeah. I thought you were taking your time and reading her letter.
No, because it had happened in the past, I assumed it was okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
in the future,
yeah,
I will object.
Yeah.
I'm with John on this. Yeah, because we are receiving written comment from folks, and then we're providing an opportunity for folks to speak. Mm-hmm. So I think in fairness,
I'll yield this time.
It was a mistake.
Okay.
Okay. And I speak for myself now. Jody Normandeau from Dummerston. First of all, before I start, I want to say that Wyndham WSSU does not have the issues like we heard today and have heard from other towns who are speaking in favor of merger. The only thing that the merger would change for us is just the going from one big, huge board that doesn't know anybody to the small boards. And I will continue. Votes do matter. Our democracy in Vermont very much matters. Dear members of the Vermont State Board of Education, thoughts for your consideration today. Why is it that yes votes matter, but no votes are only considered community sentiment? A double standard, perhaps? In Vermont, all votes should matter and be respected by all. The legislature put in Act 46 and 49 that towns had to vote on merger. They would not have required this if they did not feel that votes matter. And you have heard from many, many legislators on this issue, along with the legislative intent issue. Please, in your deliberations, respect the will of the people and legislative intent in forming your statewide plan. Votes do matter. Our democracy in Vermont very much matters. Thank you for your careful consideration. Do no harm, please. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dorothy. And then Senator McCormick is up after Dorothy.
Good morning. I'm Dorothy Naylor, a Calais School Board member and a 50-year resident of Calais. Thank you for this meeting and for finding a location that is more central and large enough to accommodate the public. The most daunting issue for Washington Central Supervisory Union is the debt issue. By forcing the merger for our 5 towns, Berlin, Calais, East Montpelier, Middlesex, and Worcester, Calais and Worcester, the 2 smallest and poorest towns, will be forced to share a rather poor descriptor here, $15 million in debt from the other 3 towns. This will result in a significant increase of 7 cents on the tax base in Calais and Worcester. Therefore, the moment a merger is forced upon us, real estate transactions will grind to a halt. Right now, many people want to move to one of the 5 towns because of our schools, especially U32. Once merged, Calais and Worcester will lose out on the real estate sales, resulting in, guess what? Fewer children in our already small schools and reduction of townwide real estate values. Please do not punish Calais and Worcester because we are unwilling to be impoverished. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCormick.
Thank you for hearing from me. First of all, I want to give special greetings to former colleagues and former committee, council, and various advisors. I had the honor of chairing the Education Committee years ago, and at that time was at least skeptical, if not in opposition, at least skeptical of many of the provisions that ended up in Act 46. But I am not here this morning to argue against Act 46. It's a battle that many of us fought and lost, and time goes on. And there are good people all over the state who have worked hard to make Act 46 work, including people who don't like it very much. And it's not for me or anyone else to try to undermine their efforts. I am here to argue for a particular provision of Act 46, and that is the provision that calls for flexibility. People who believed that forced consolidation would provide better educational opportunities, who believed that forced consolidation would create efficiencies that would save money, also recognized, and it's expressed in the law, that this would not hold true for every community in the state. And they call for flexibility. And that's what I'm here to argue for, specifically for Barnard, but it's flexibility in general. And then we get to this question of legislative intent, which is a concept often misused. I have heard colleagues say basically, when I voted for X bill, I didn't really want that. What I intended was different than what the language is. The legislature intends what it passes. And if the legislature passed flexibility provisions, then it intended that towns get flexibility when the world envisioned in Act 46 does not apply to them. And I look at Barnard and I think if Barnard doesn't qualify for flexibility, then what does flexibility mean? That also the legislature intended that the vote matter, that the vote have weight. If people in the town vote against it, and in the case of Barnard, they weren't being petulant. They voted no because of very, very good reasons why this just doesn't work for this little village, this little town. And again, there are similar towns around the state. The legislature intended that they enjoy that flexibility. Thanks. I came up under time. I've never done that.
Get your time though.
All right, so we are actually going to take a quick 15-minute break before we start our working session. And we have done 3 days of listening, and so this will be our time to come together. So we're going to give board members a 15-minute break, and that puts us at, I'm just checking time here, at 10:10 we'll be coming back and starting our work session, so a little ahead of schedule. So thank you. All right. Okay. Sorry, I always forget to use the mic. We're coming back from break, and now we are starting the work session. So I just want to recap a little bit here. In June, at our state board retreat, we, once getting the secretary's plan, thought about how do we want to go through this process. And we went back to Act 46, and I want to go back there again, just as a board before we move forward. And in Act 46 on page 19, it goes through what really is now the board's charge. And so And I'm looking on page 19 if people are in their binders they want to follow. And it just looks at transition to substantial governance structures proposal in the final plan. And it asks the Secretary of Education proposal in order to provide educational opportunities through sustainable governance structures designed to meet goals set forth in Section 2 of this Act pursuant to one of the models described in Section 5. And it directs the Secretary. It says the Secretary shall review the governance structures of school districts and supervisory unions of the state as they will exist or anticipate to exist on July 1st, 2019. This review shall include considerations, any proposals submitted by districts or groups of districts pursuant to Section 9 of this Act, and conversations with those districts. So it directs the Secretary to have these conversations. It continues on or before June 1st, 2018, shall develop, publish on the Agency of Education's website, and present to the State Board of Education a proposed plan that, to the extent necessary to promote the purpose stated at the beginning of this subsection, would move districts into a more sustained preferred model of governance set forth in Section 5 of this Act. And again, that was the Secretary did release the report, and we had an extra meeting in June to go over the report. It continues on. If it is not possible or practicable to develop a proposal that realigns some districts where necessary into an education district in a manner that adheres to the protections of Section 4 of this Act, which is protection for tuition paying and operating districts, or that otherwise meet all aspects of Section 5, then the proposal may also include alternative government structures as necessary, such as a supervisory union with member districts or a unified union school district with a smaller average daily membership, provided, however, that any proposed alternative governance structure shall design to ensure adherence to the protections of Section 4 of this Act, promote the purpose stated at the beginning of this subsection. It goes on. The State Board's plan, on or before November 30th, 2018, the State Board shall review and analyze the Secretary's proposal under the provisions in the subsection of this. And they may take testimony or ask for additional information from districts and supervisory unions. Just a reminder, the board looked at that and it said may, and we made it for ourselves and said shall. And we then set forth this summer going through and hearing from public testimony. It goes on, after it says may take testimony or ask for additional information from districts and supervisory unions, shall approve the proposal either in its original form or an amended form that adheres to the provisions of subsection A of this section, and shall publish on the agency's website its order merging and realigning districts and supervisory unions where necessary. So this section shall not apply to any interstate school district, a regional career technical center district, a district that between June 30th, 2013 and July 2nd, 2019 began to operate as a unified union school district, and voluntarily merged into preferred educational governance structure and education district set forth of Section 5, is a regional education district or other district eligible to receive incentives to 2010 acts and resolves Act number 153 as amended. So that's what's charged to us today, is really this going through and review and analyze this plan. And at our last board meeting, we decided to really think about our obligations and duties under the law, because we've heard a lot from others telling us obligations and duties and interpretations of obligations and duties, but really making sure that we're grounded in what is being directed, because we are not lawmakers. We are not a judge. We were tasked by the legislature to do a task, and which was by legislatures that were democratically elected and set forth a plan. They made an interesting choice. This was not through rulemaking. It was very direct, saying the secretary was to make a plan, we were to review it and adopt or amend it. And so that brings us here today. We're going to start with our obligations and duties. We are going to try to develop guiding principles. And one of the interesting parts of this is we are starting our processing this information in a very public meeting. And so the secretary had the privilege of working on this document for months and having to have their thoughts and having be able to process that not in a public forum. And so we are here processing in public forum with many different voices and opinions coming together. And one of the things that I am so proud of this board is that we work really well together, and we're so respectful, and we may disagree on so many things, but we do so in such a respectful way that I don't think we always see in government right now. And so it's always been my honor and privilege to serve on this board, just with the professionalism that we have here. And acknowledging that we're starting a very difficult process that have a lot of different core principles that we're all coming up against too and challenging. And I hope that we can ground whatever our ideas are in back to the law and what our charge is. And so we're going to try to develop those guiding principles. And that may not be a process that we have a set of guiding principles that we all agree on. And knowing that in the onset, there may be some that are ones that are going to have to come out during votes, that we can try our best to come to a set of guiding principles. But we are a group of individuals that are coming together as a deliberative body and looking at this plan. So we'll do our best to come up with guiding principles. We'll also develop just a model of moving forward and next steps. And I just want to make sure we point out in the agenda, I made sure it was working time all the way through 3:30, that it wasn't trying to put obligations and duties in 1 hour. So if that takes us 15 minutes or if it takes us an hour and a half, that's fine. That's why the schedule is more flexible that way, so we can go through at our own pace. And the goal today, we do have an adoption of guiding principles, and that was put on there because if we do have a set that we can all agree on, that we can vote on, that may be a motion that we have, and we want to make sure that we warn that vote. So that is on there. And so today is really just about processing, going through, listening to each other. I hope that we can be as respectful as we've been through this whole process and just move forward and try to come up with the best path forward for the state and for our students. So with that being said, we're starting our working session. We did ask the agency to prepare some documents for us. And first, if members could take out the legal requirements and legislative guidance. And I do want to thank the agency because our last meeting was only 2 weeks ago. And so a quick turnaround. In 2 weeks, we wanted some more information being presented. And again, wanting to thank the agency for all their work putting this together. And really what grounds us here today is the act itself and what's written in the act. And so if we're starting with the legal requirements and legislative guidance, and Donna, would you mind, I know you were being able to take questions for us and Brad and Emily about this memo. And so this really lays out, again, the intent, the purpose of the plan, the goals, which everybody seems to be in agreement on. That's the thing. The goals is the agreement is that to provide sustainable, equitable, and quality and variety of educational opportunities statewide, lead students to achieve or exceed the state education quality standards, maximize operational efficiencies through increased flexibility to manage, share, and transfer resources with a goal of increasing the district level ratio of students to full-time equivalent staff, promote transparency and accountability, and are delivered at a cost that parents, voters, and taxpayers value. So that's where our task, I think, is. I haven't heard any disagreement on the goals. It's just how to get there where we need to talk about.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I just add to that, the preamble to the goal, I think also from the law is important, that the overarching objective is to move the state towards sustainable models of education governance so that locals can do those 5 things. So the idea of sustainable governance model is important, I think.
Yeah. So in the memo it goes on talking about preferred structure. We've heard a lot about this and the way it's listed out. And for me, we've gone through this law so many times, but even going through it another time preparing for this meeting, it's amazing everything that you pick up and the nuances and the information you hear from all the public input and how you then look at the law itself. But the legislature identified the preferred model of governance as a unified union school district. And it says responsible for pre-K through 12 education of its residents, and large enough to function effectively as a supervisory district. So there's some pretty intentful language in that. And that's where I just want to make sure, as we're going through this memo, are there any questions by the board on anything on that first page? Questions or clarifications needed? Okay, yeah, that is the easy part. That's what. And then moving on, the legal requirements and legislative guidance. The preferred structure is not always possible or the best model. So from the law itself, the preferred structure may not be possible or the best model to achieve Vermont's educational goals in all regions. It doesn't define what is possible or practicable. That's kind of our job here today. So a multi-district SU may meet the identified education goals, and it gives some pretty specific things in law that considers it has to be the districts consider themselves to be collectively responsible for all students in the SUs. And it goes on with a list of numerous things that it has to be, that the SU, the smallest number of school districts practicable after consideration of greatly differing levels of indebtedness among the member districts. And the districts combined ADM is 900 or more. So there are some of these things that are in law that have been put down for us to follow. Next is the legislature required the secretary to merge districts to the extent necessary to promote the purpose of providing educational opportunities through sustained governance structures designed to meet the 5 goals. So the law directs the secretary shall develop and publish a proposed plan to the extent necessary to promote the proposed stated at the beginning of the subsection, and would move districts into a more sustained preferred model. So it's directing the secretary to move districts. So I think it's pretty clear. But any questions or comments on the second page or clarifications needed? John, and if you could just make sure we have our mics. I know it's hard to process sometimes with a microphone.
It is, there's several microphones.
Thank you, though.
So I guess the question is, if the secretary is required to put together a plan, and we've heard the argument about local communities voting that vote no should be exempt from the Act 46 process, I guess the question is, what would the secretary's plan include? Would it be simply towns that did nothing? I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around, I'm trying to reconcile those two arguments, that the secretary is required to put together a plan, but then hearing the argument quite a bit that if a community votes no on a merger, that they should be exempt. I'm just trying to figure out what would the secretary's plan be then?
I think it does get to that a little bit in the rest of the memo, and also in the memo for Molly. And in Act 46 is very specific. It's saying at one point in section 10 that districts it does not apply, they cannot move districts that are interstate, that are tech center, or that have already merged through voluntary processes. And it does say that, they have voluntary merged into preferred education and governance, you can't move them. And it also, a supervisory district with a minimum average membership of 900.
900,
The act itself does not preclude voting in that category. It does not. So that's where, when we're looking at this, and we can get more into that when we look at the memo from Molly Bachman, but in the act itself, it does not preclude those areas with no votes for mergers. And that's where this board has to decide, is it practicable, and this is the language, to merge areas that have voted no.
But if there was a clear section that the legislature could have included communities that voted no, there was a whole section that said these are the ones that you can't merge, and there was a real clear section there. It's not like it wasn't addressed, that somebody could have put that in there, though. Is kind of what I'm getting at here. Correct. That there seems to be a real obvious spot.
And that's where, again, as we go through this memo, I think maybe holding on to some of those questions, but it does mention specifics, and I think as we get on more, but it does mention that the secretary has to propose a plan and it would move districts. So it is pretty clear that there was envisioned of movement of districts. There is no clear answer about communities that have voted no.
And I'm not looking to come to a landing right now, but we've heard a lot of argument that if a community votes no, that they should be exempt. So I'm just throwing it out there early in the process, knowing that we're going to have probably quite a bit of discussion today about it, but I think it's a really important piece for us to get our hands around.
Yeah. Okay, Oliver, and then
Yeah, and I just want to piggyback off of John's comment about the specific enumerated exemptions, and that's a really key point. And I was in the legislature for Act 46 and was involved in some components of it. And from the get-go, and this speaks to a little bit of legislative intent, the whole idea was a structure of a voluntary phase with some carrots, but ultimately there would be this state plan that would sort of reorganize everything that was left on the table at that point where it made sense. And there are some guardrails which we're going to get into that deal with some of the anomalies, but the idea all along was let's provide a path forward for folks to go through a voluntary process with the clear understanding, and this was really clear in all the deliberations and why the law was so contentious, the bill was so contentious as it was being debated, and why a number of legislators voted against it, because everybody was very clear what happened at the end of the road.
okay, Peter.
Just a clarification. When
Yeah.
we use the word merge, are we talking about
Yeah, just to make sure.
unionizing?
Well, so under the plan, it says move districts into a more sustained preferred model. And they identify the preferred model, if you go back to, on the first page of the memo right there, and it says responsible pre-K through 12 education. And so it talks about being it large enough to function effectively as a supervisory district, and i.e. single district supervisory union. So that's where it's going back to the preferred. Right. I think, John, yes, thank you.
Just a process observation. We're beginning our discussion by asking the agency what it thinks, and asking the agency to describe to us its analysis. I don't take any issue with anything that's presented by the agency, but I do want to be really clear that we are responsible ourselves as a board for any conclusions we come up with. We don't have to agree with the agency on anything. They're just staffing us. So I just want it to be very clear for all of us that we can listen, we can agree, we can disagree, but ultimately it's the 11 of us that have to come to our own conclusions about what the law means and how it directs us or not to proceed. And in the end, it doesn't matter what the agency thinks about that, because we have our legal duty to the General Assembly to carry out our piece of this.
Yeah, and so we're just starting now with, we'd asked the agency to prepare this for us.
Understood.
Yeah, so we had asked at our last meeting if they could give us pull some guidance from the law.
Understood.
And so, that's where we're starting with them, so that way we can move to our own.
Krista,
yes.
just to piggyback,
Oh, please. I know
just to
it's hard.
piggyback on my colleague's comments. The plan that's before us right now is a draft plan, so any changes that we make to it, and in fact, the entire thing, soup to nuts, from page 1 to whatever page we end up on, is our responsibility. So I just want to be clear that, I'm not planning to say, well, the agency recommended this. I mean, whatever's in there, we are 100% responsible for in the end of the day. I know that the agency, everybody sort of goes back to the agency, but it's really, at the end of the day, the legislation is clear that we're approving the plan, and it could not even resemble the plan that the agency put forward, or it could look similar.
And yep.
So the only, and I completely agree, the only thing we just need to be clear on is that we have to adhere to the same standards.
Yep.
And that's on section 8 here of this memo. That makes it clear, and the law inartfully makes that point, but actually in the Rule 3400 series, that point was actually crystallized, and it's in Rule 3440.6, subsection 2, and it very clearly states that by approving the Secretary's proposed statewide plan in an amended form under the same standards required for the Secretary's proposal.
Yep. Good point.
All right, so moving on just to that third page.
Sorry, Bill had it.
Oh, sorry, Bill.
I'll pass.
Okay, all right, for now. So on page 3, this is to the crux of the discussion, our future discussion. It talks about, except where it is not possible or practicable to create a preferred district that adheres to protections for tuition-paying districts, operating districts, or otherwise meets all aspects of Section 5. So this is where I think it's very important, and I do appreciate the agency pulling this language for us, because it is not possible or practicable to create a preferred structure. Then the proposal may also include alternative governance structures. It's a may also, as necessary, when as a supervisory union with member districts or a unified union school district with a smaller daily average, provided, however, that any proposed alternative governance structures shall be designed to ensure adherence to the protections of Section 4 and promote the purpose stated in the beginning of the section. So it's the thing that's not clear is about defining possible or practicable, and that's going to be our charge as a board. And the secretary was able to make their own decision, and that's where we have to really institute what is our definition of possible and practical. I think possible is easier, the practicable is going to be more of the discussion. So also the legislature requires the state board to publish its order merging and realigning districts where necessary, which must adhere to provisions governing the secretary's proposal. We are not at free rein to just create whatever we want and just use different proposals. We're using the same law. And the legislative restraints the state board's authority to include multi-district SUs in its plan. It says the state board shall approve the creation, expansion, or continuation of any supervisory union only if the board concludes that this alternative structure is the best means of meeting the five goals, in particular region. And again, this is where it stresses region. We are looking at bigger than one district. Ensures transparency and accountability for the member districts and the public at large. And the last point on this page, geographic isolation. So Act 46 mentions geographic isolation in connection with the state board's review of voluntary mergers under 16 and small school support grants. It does not require the state board to consider it when developing the statewide plan. So we've heard a lot about that. We are also had to be mindful of isolating different towns during the voluntary merger process. Any questions, comments, or clarifications needed for this third page?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
We're going to have to define.
I don't think people can hear you.
Hold it up. We're going to have to define.
Push the button. Sorry, Bill.
Let's turn it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's this?
It's on now.
We're going to have to define what possible and practicable happens to mean in a consistent kind of way, but each of the circumstances are going to be different. So we're asking for constant rules that we'll have to agree on, but yet their application is going to vary tremendously. And there, I think, will be the rub.
Exactly. I think that's the hard part is again, the possible, when we start talking about that, is a lot easier because there's state law. And the practicable, that is where we can, I think, review, study, and analyze the secretary's plan on the choices they made to see whether we agree or disagree with those. And I think that's going to spark our discussion. Anything else for that third page? I think Bill's just defined what our work is going to be for most of the day. Okay, on to the fourth page of the
One other thing.
Oh, yes.
Geographic isolation, we defined that for small schools grants, but that does not necessarily carry over, right?
Exactly, and that's what it's stressing here, that it does not talk about that in the state plan. So it's asked for that in the previous section. So when we start looking at the law itself, it's definitely different sections and different process. And so for this process, it does not include anything for geographic isolation.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. The fourth page, this one talks about debt. And so one of the additions, which I think is the interesting part, is Act 46 did have an addition at Act 49, which changed some things. And Act 49 included debt among the considerations and what it identified as alternative structure guidance. So that was something included. Interesting to note, there was no changes to 46 or 49 this last legislative session. So, correct, Donna? That there were no...
Not this year.
Yeah, this year.
Same sessions.
Yeah, sorry, same session, but not this year. Okay, so in 49, that was what was added, was debt. So nothing else was added. Yeah.
And what's interesting, and I'll have a lot more to say on debt later on, but what's interesting on the debt is it actually only speaks to debt within the context of an alternative governance structure with respect to creating the fewest practicable number of districts within that AGS. It actually doesn't speak to debt, interestingly enough, in terms of preferred structure.
And that's where sometimes the law, there's things that are in it, some things are left out. Voting history. Act 46, enacted in 2015, exempted 3 types of districts from potential mergers under the state plan, and Act 49 added the 4th. Neither act exempts districts that have voted against a proposed merger or districts that the state board to consider voting history as a factor when deciding whether to merge districts under the statewide plan. I think this gets back to Bill's. We have to decide if that's practicable. There's nothing in law preventing that. So that's where the practicable definition will be very important. We then have duties of districts that did not voluntarily merge. And Act 46 required the board, school board of the school that did not newly unified structure by the July 1st, 2017 to submit a Section 9 proposal. And again, some did not submit Section 9 proposals. This is where it gets even more confusing. Some did and some did not. And ones that did, what they were supposed to do first is a self-evaluation, then have regional meetings and have evidence of regional meetings. And then the Section 9 proposal itself, it needs to, A, propose to retain its current governance structure, to work with the districts to form a different governance structure, or to enter into another model of joint activity. And again, it demonstrates through references to enrollment projections, student to staff ratios, the comprehensive data collected pursuant of BSA 165, and otherwise how the proposal in subdivision A of this subdivision supports the district's or district's ability to meet or exceed each of these goals. And it also identifies direct actions proposed to continue to improve the performance in connection with the goals set forth in the Act. Okay, so that's the last page. Any questions, comments, or clarifications needed for that last section?
One quick question.
Bill.
How many did not develop a Section 9 proposal? You said there's very few, but what's the number?
Do we have a...
I can identify, excuse me.
Yeah.
I can identify that if you need that. One thing, however, is that even the ones that didn't present something in writing came in and had a conversation with the secretary, so I'm not quite sure what you consider to be a proposal or not a proposal, because they might have been discussing that proposal orally with the secretary as opposed to in writing.
So Donna, but the law is very clear about the process for submitting a proposal, and including there was a deadline of January 31st to submit a written proposal. So the conversation is sort of the conversation with the secretary is sort of a separate activity, but there is actually a very formal, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there's a very formal process under the law for submitting a proposal.
There was a deadline, but we made it clear to districts that the secretary would be happy to accept things after the deadline and to talk to districts that didn't submit anything, because the secretary wanted to have as much information as possible.
Okay. I think one of the confusing things, at least for me, is that there are some districts that didn't submit a formal proposal, and I've started going through and actually reviewing the minutes of some of their meetings, and we have folks who are presenting things to us, but it's interesting when you go back to some of the record of the boards themselves. The fact that they didn't actually submit a proposal is somewhat telling, and then some of the discussions from the minutes is also interesting. So we just need to be really careful when we're hearing that something's a proposal. Legally, it's not a proposal if it wasn't submitted in writing by the deadline and went through the proper process and was actually adopted and formally submitted by the board.
John?
Yeah, just in concurrence with Oliver's point, I would like the agency to give us an enumeration of districts that did not comply with the requirement to submit a proposal in writing. You can annotate it with additional information about people visiting with the secretary if you like, but I think we're interested in what the statute says, not what conversations happened.
What I think is important about the Section 9 process laid out in law, that it's coming from the elected representatives at a meeting that's happening, it's warned in a meeting to come forward. A conversation is just a couple of board members coming through, and there's not a written record of that conversation. So that's where it's a little bit more problematic.
Chris, I'd agree with the sentiment that was just expressed, by the way.
Yeah, and I think one of the goals of Act 46 was transparency, and that's been one of the things that has been a little troubling to me is some of the, some of these things look to be a little less than transparent in how they've come together, and part of open government is that you have warned public meetings, you follow the process outlined in statute, there's an opportunity for members of the public to come and comment, just as we're doing here today, and we're following the process as outlined in law, and I think that we should expect, in the spirit of fairness to all the other boards out there and members of the public who might have wanted to have had a voice in the process, that we ensure that that process was respected.
What's the guess on how long it would take you to make the enumeration?
Shall I look when, I could do it now, but shall I look when you take your next break?
Yes. I was just wondering if it could be today or this morning as opposed to next week.
It can be today.
Yeah, it's, as you're going through the plan, it will say there was no written proposal, but then there was a conversation, so just having a number I think is helpful. So any other comments, questions, clarifications needed on that last page of the memo? John?
Yeah, I would just offer the general observation that Act 46 is almost two different pieces of legislation. There's this whole sort of carrot part, which encourages voluntary mergers, provides financial incentives to do so, requires voter endorsement by vote. Nowhere gives the secretary or the board any authority to tinker with voluntary proposals, but simply to, and that, the language of sections 6 and 7 is all pretty clear, and in that sense I feel that the General Assembly spoke with a clear voice. When it comes to sections 9 and 10, I feel like the General Assembly kind of mumbled. You have to look very, very hard to find out exactly how this is going to work. And for example, the legislature does clearly give the secretary directions to prepare and propose a state plan, including proposals of mergers where she finds the AGS proposal wanting. And equally clearly, the language, if you can track it down, and you can, makes it clear that the board has the right to amend the secretary's proposal and adopt whatever amended plan it wishes to, including so-called forced mergers. And nowhere, it's interesting that the language of sections 9 and 10 never seems to, the legislature never seemed to contemplate some of the situations we find ourselves in. Or if it did contemplate it, it chose to remain silent on those situations, i.e. situations where the secretary or this board might propose a merger that has explicitly been rejected by the voters at an earlier time. Nor does the language in these sections speak to how to resolve different levels of debt, other than to say that the board should consider, quote unquote, whatever that might mean. So I'd say the language in the sticks section, which is where we are, is murky and if not ambivalent, at least uses qualitative language that's not real clear. I don't know what consider means. It could mean many different things. So we're just faced with a piece of the law where the sticks part, which did not go out of its way to say and did not even address the question of what happens if the voters don't like what the secretary proposes, however they might have expressed that, by vote or otherwise. And so that leaves us with that I would call conundrum to sort through.
And that was, Stacy and then Oliver, when this act was put into place, I was also on the board, and we saw the writing on the wall, and there were board members who were counting how many years left and going, oh, I'm gonna have to be there for that decision. And so that was very apparent when the law was coming out, that there would be some tough decisions at the end. Stacy and then Oliver?
Yeah.
And just microphone for.
Microphone.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm reflecting on some of the comments that we've heard back in the beginning of 46 and now regarding the importance to not look at one size fits all. And that was kind of in the beginning, there was a lot of, it's not one size fits all. You have to look at each locale, each location, each school, each community uniquely. Now I feel like a little bit what I heard today was you shouldn't look at them all uniquely because that's not equitable. It needs to be we're all in or all out. And I'm finding some inherent conflict in that. Mm-hmm. It's part of why I think the request to see who actually submitted a written, robust Section 9 proposal is important, because I think that will help give information to what is happening in each local community. But I would actually even like to go back to that first part, that number one, that self-evaluation. The comment that was made earlier about we're all learners still. That's the most important part of learning, is that self-evaluation. So in addition to the written Section 9 proposal, I think it'd be really important to understand what communities did that robust self-evaluation to say, are we meeting the goals? Because if we all agree the goals are where we're going, if there's no self-evaluation, then that's people just saying, I don't want to participate. So I think that's important to understand.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely a tricky task, and we're going, as a board, we're going to do the best we possibly can to apply this law within the spirit of which it was intended, and as equitably as we can. But one thing we really need to be mindful of is the state board is a creation of the General Assembly. School districts, municipalities are all creations of the General Assembly, and we as citizens of the state, we live in a representative democracy. We elect 150 members of the House and 30 members of the Senate, who ultimately, under the Constitution of the state, actually have the authority to delegate down to municipalities, school districts, et cetera, have the power to create, merge municipalities, school districts, et cetera. And the decisions that we ultimately make with the decision with the state plan, I think we just need to be conscious of and accept and embrace the fact that it is not permanent. Just as many of the school districts that we're talking about have created and have changed and shifted over time, they will continue to do so as we as a state evolve and the needs and changes of our students change over time and the demographics change. And we should expect the legislature to change the composition of these districts, either directly through an act of the General Assembly or by delegating that responsibility to a board such as this. So I just want to, I think we need to accept and encourage people who feel that we make if we make a bad decision as a board, it's not a final decision. Ultimately, the General Assembly has the power to undo something that we do and do something and listen to a petition of the people to make a change.
Okay. So again, these are, I think, startings of our conversation. The one other thing we did ask of the agency was another memo prepared by Molly Bachman and requested a legal opinion from the agency as to whether a district vote against a merger is a barrier to merger under the state plan. So this is something that we asked the agency to put in writing for us at our last meeting, and we also asked for them to provide votes and some more data on that. So this is what they did, and again, going over the first one, the law explicitly provides a state plan shall not apply to 4 categories of districts, and it outlines those districts. And the idea of previously voting down a plan is not one of them, so that was not included in the act itself. On the second page, it goes on, the law does not include in this list of exclusions districts that voted against the merger. Accordingly, there is no blanket exclusion that would preclude the state board from merging a town district due to a negative merger vote. So that was not included in 46. And then some more of our subsequent legislation supports this reading of the law by specifying additional situations in which a vote does preclude a merger. So in 2017, the General Assembly revisited the question of mergers and provided that a vote of the electorate may result in exemption of a community from merger under the state plan in 2 circumstances. And this is the 2x2 and the 3x1 that was added. Again, on the other hand, the law recognizes that preferred model of governance may not be possible or the best model to achieve the goals in the state, and that in some instances, an SU composed of multiple districts may meet the goals. Thus, the law does require the state plan to merge districts in every instance where it is possible. Instead, the law recognizes the state plan may include certain proposed alternative structures. And then the law goes through very specifically talking about these alternative structures may meet the goals. And again, I think we've talked about this already, that member districts consider themselves to be collectively responsible for the education of pre-K through 12. So again, so if we're looking for plans, we need to see that they are showing collective responsibility for pre-K through 12. The supervisory union operates in a manner that compels its obligations under 261A and then maximizes efficiencies through economies of scale, and goes on. That they have the SU has the smallest number of member school districts practicable to achieve wherever possible by merger of districts with similar operating tuition patterns. And the supervisory union has the smallest number of member school districts practicable. Again, that word keeps coming up, and that's where our definition is going to lay for us. And then the issue of the state board is whether the fact that there was a vote has any bearing on these factors. And in the opinion, the fact that there was a vote against the merger does not provide any information on the issue of collective responsibility. Similarly, a negative merger vote does not provide information about the supervisory union's operation or the average daily membership of the SU. It does provide information on whether alternative structure has the smallest number of school districts practicable, and the Act does not define the term practicable, again, our job. Now, we're looking at this, the board is left to exercise its judgment in determining what set of facts or combination of facts would make it impractical for a district to merge with another to form a preferred structure of governments. Again, that's the crux of where we're going to be today. And so the secretary undertook a similar analysis when writing the proposed plan, and of the 47 decision points for the Section 9 proposal, that either proposed retaining the current structure or asked to be merged. The Secretary proposed statewide plan agreed with 32 and disagreed with 15. And the Secretary's analysis did not find the fact of negative merger vote to be determinative of the issue of practicability, although the Secretary acknowledged that without the commitment of the communities to a larger district, potential opportunities may not be realized, and unification may be blamed for any difficulties encountered the new district. The Secretary nevertheless believed that if merger communities would move forward cooperatively to take advantage of those opportunities. So that's where, as it goes on, this is where our job as a board is we may make different decisions, as John said. The Secretary made a set of decisions about practicable and no votes, and we then have to make our own. So in this, anything else comments or questions on this memo that we have? Molly's not here today, but we have representation and a team that helped gather data and information for Molly. So any other clarifications, comments, or questions?
Yes, question.
Yeah.
There's been some confusion over the 32 that the secretary agreed to, or yeah, it was agreed to. Could we hear some clarification on that point?
Could you be more specific with that question? So what do you mean
Well, I've heard in the emails that we get from folks, they've questioned the 32 and what that really means, and I'd like to know.
Okay, and are you referencing the memo that they gave us, decision points, Section 9 proposals, and Secretary's proposed statewide plan from last meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you like us to walk through that now, or do you?
So, Bill, I guess
I can wait, but I'd like some kind of clarification.
I'd be happy to walk through that memo if you'd like us to, but do you want to finish up
Let's not get into that detail
the
at this
legal
point.
memo first, and then
Yeah.
I'm happy to do whatever you'd like.
So Bill, could you make that a little bit clearer of a question? So you just, because it's kind of general, the section 9. So there's been some dispute about whether or not they accepted the secretary's proposal?
I think first is the interpretation, but I can wait on that until later if we want to finish the section.
Okay. Any other comments or questions with the memo itself? It does go on to give information on merged votes held by the districts, and it goes through the process. There's a 706 formation of a study committee. I know we have some areas that didn't form 706 committees, so didn't have the first step in that process. It then goes on to look at consideration by committee, drafting committee report. This is all through the 706 committee, the warning in all districts designated as necessary. The content and form of the warning must be uniform across the districts participating in the vote, and the formalities of the vote itself. And it then goes on to give data about districts and whether the district warned a 706D vote of the electorate. And there's a simple yes or no. And again, did they follow that process that was outlined, and then what the vote results were. And for some, again, multiple votes. So we've heard from different areas that have had voted more than once. So it goes through and gives that data about the vote itself. John?
I think that the one thing about the votes that we've heard over the last 3 meetings and prior to that, the number of combinations of factors in all of the different votes, multiple votes, one community voting no, one community voting yes, the way that the vote was worded, it seems like a Herculean task to try to unravel and analyze all of the different votes that occurred. I don't think I've seen or heard one yet that is exactly the same as another one that we've been presented with. I don't know if other board members agree or disagree, but it does seem like apples and oranges and pears and bananas and everything. I mean, it just seems like an endless matrix of circumstances related to each vote.
Well, correct me. So, Emily, I know you helped collect data for this. And these, when you say did they vote or did they not vote, this is using the 706 vote of the electorate, correct? So this is following the process outlined in 46. So this would not include communities that had votes that did not meet the 706.
Correct.
Okay. So I think that's where you're talking about apples and
Yeah.
oranges. These are apples to apples. These are, were they 706 vote on the electorate? So you will see that there were votes in other communities that maybe didn't follow this process. They might have been votes on things like, we've seen ones of closing schools or this, so they're all over the map.
We've heard polls,
Right.
Outside election areas where they've done some polling. We've heard school board meetings. I mean, we've been presented with a lot of different data that suggests that the community has a sentiment one way or the other. You're right that the 706 is the clear process, but over the last 3 meetings and even prior to that, we've heard a lot of discussion from local officials about different votes and different ways that they've solicited information from their communities that may agree or disagree with the position of that board or the Act 46 process in its own right.
So when I asked the agency to create and to put this data together, I was looking for what was actually following the law. So those other things that we can talk about and see as the different oranges and bananas or whatever you want to say, but these are the apples to apples. This is what was asked for in Act 46 by law, and this is what communities did to meet those requirements. So that is where there may be, and there are communities that had their own process, and that can be something that this board will look at and determine what we want to do with that information, but this is itself, they were following what the law had asked them to do.
I guess my point with this though is that when you look at it, there are some communities that the vote was overwhelmingly no. Then there's some votes where it was very close, and then we've also heard information from people that have offered testimony to us where there may have been misinformation in the community, and that's why I'm saying when you look at this, not every vote, a vote that went down by 2 votes, do we weigh that more heavily than a vote that went down? I mean, there were some that were like 100 to 1. And there's others that were 99 to 100.
John and then Oliver?
Well, while we've been talking, I've been skipping ahead to principles, just to see what's emerging from this discussion.
That's where we're headed.
So if I may, if you'll indulge me, two principles have emerged from our discussion, I think. The one is that the board indeed has the authority granted to it, in fact directed by the General Assembly, to overrule or reorganize the governance of districts who have presented AGS proposals. That would be a conclusion, if you will, and might operate as a principle, that we have this authority. The second part of that is, might be, our second principle might be that the board recognizes that the will of the people is central to our Republican system of governance. And by the first principle above, the board recognizes and abides by the will of the one body, the General Assembly, that has authority to direct organization or reorganization of local education. So if you take that as a principle, then there's simply no point in quibbling or speculating or debating whether this vote was legitimate because it was done by that kind of vote and all of that. There's nothing in sections 9 and 10 that may even recognize the power or importance of a vote. And you couldn't say that that's just an oversight of the General Assembly, because the General Assembly had explicitly provided for that in the voluntary mergers. So we have to take the legislature at its word, that it either didn't contemplate or didn't care or didn't have any opinion about local votes of any sort, polls, duly warned votes. So I think if you get to the principle that in fact the local vote that matters is who got elected to the General Assembly and wrote this thing, then we needn't spend any further time, I would submit, speculating or quibbling about whether a poll or a vote represents the sentiment of the people.
I think it's a good place to start.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. So putting this up, we have the 2 memos that we asked for and that were provided by the agency to help us. And John is going through and jumping forward into that development of the guiding principles. But before we move on to that, is there any clarification about legal requirements, obligations, and duties under the law that people want to discuss or comment or have questions on?
Maybe not now. I think we'll cover it under a principle, but I think there needs to be some discussion about the debt provision, because that's we have to spend some time defining for ourselves the meaning of possible, which I think is going to be very simple, practicable, and then greatly varying levels of indebtedness.
Yeah. And I guess, Kyle, following up a little bit on Oliver's point, maybe it's just a direct ratio. I don't know how you'd look at it and say, well, this one looks like it has a lot more debt than that one. I mean, maybe it's an actual ratio of debt from one community to the next that says that the merger is not practicable because one community has a lot more debt. I think, if you get into the absolutes, the saying, well, one community has $1 million in debt and the other one has $1.1 million, I think that's kind of maybe squabbling over numbers. But if one had $15 million in debt and one had no debt, maybe that would make it more difficult to do the merger. So I think, but maybe it's actually just coming up with a real ratio.
So we'll hold off on that. The other counter argument to that is you could have $50 million in debt in one community, and the other community could have $50 million in deferred maintenance and no debt.
True. Yep.
All right. So I'm hearing that people are satisfied with, you would ask to talk about obligations and duties. And John, did you have another?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there's a difference between obligations and principles. And what I described to you were what I regard as principles, though you might think of them as differently. But I think the obligation can be stated pretty simply, that we have an obligation to carry out the directives of the General Assembly. I mean, that's our first, and I don't know of any other obligation than that, to do with a duly elected Democratic/Republican process, legislative body directs us to do. And we exist at their sufferance, and it's our obligation to carry forward what they direct us to do to the best of our ability. So that's, to me, our obligation. How we go about doing that might be guided by a series of principles.
I would concur with that, and just to add on to that, we have a duty to, basic canon of law is that interpreting law is to start with the plain meaning. That is our, there's been a lot of discussion around legislative intent. Legislative intent, trying to define divine legislative intent, only comes into play when the plain meaning is not clear. We've identified a few areas where, you know, we have to have some discussion, but the actual process is pretty clearly laid out, and if we need to stick to the plain meaning of what the statute tells us and what the General Assembly asked us to do. So I would concur with your point.
Mark?
Yeah, hard to disagree with anything I've heard so far. One of the things that we haven't talked about specifically is leadership, and leadership that we're going to have through this process, leadership that the AOE's had, leadership that the legislature's had. But at the end of the day, it's about the leadership in our communities and running these school systems. And we have a system on the books already in statutes called supervisory unions or supervisory districts. And when we get done doing our work, it's still going to be up to the local people to provide that leadership. And it's important that we never forget that through our discussion, because we can make all the changes we want or no changes. And at the end of the day, it's up to those folks who are running the schools, the local folks that are running the schools. And we have statute that tells tells the AOE to monitor and keep track of superintendents and supervisory units or supervisory districts. And I imagine as we move forward, we're going to want to keep an eye out for some of those statutes. And that may show up in recommendations from us at the end. But let's not forget about that leadership piece, because that's very important.
Yeah, Peter.
It's interesting, though, a commentary is often in between legislators or past legislators, because legislative intent is very critical here. The legislature doesn't delegate unless they really intend to delegate. Otherwise, they have the authority to say, you're going to have to do this. We've been delegated to take this on. And to Mark's point, I know exactly what you're talking about, and it is absolutely critical. And it's in the how we come out of this is going to define how we are delivering education and who we are as communities to do that. And it is up to the local people to do it. I've often thought that education and democracy are always a work in progress. You're never going to get to the final, get the final solution. And I think this is a great example of us trying to struggle with how we can make it work best for our students.
I'd like to follow up on that a little bit. Mark has raised the leadership question, which is very important. There's also the democratic involvement of the citizenry in the towns, which is also very important. Some seem to have it, some don't. And then there's things like, will this inadvertently segregate part of the society or part of the towns? But yet these are not in the 5 goals that are there, unless it's in something I'm not aware of. But how do we consider these kinds of factors that are very important?
It may not be in the 5 goal. Well, it is implicitly in the goal around equity, but actually one of the criteria in the voluntary phase, the only mention, ironically, of geographic isolation is in a paragraph that discusses geographic isolation and also isolation on the basis of fiscal capacity and socioeconomic disparity. And the board was actually required in that provision to ensure that those communities were not isolated, because the concern when the legislature was writing this is that there would be quote unquote undesirable districts that would be orphaned off. So it's interesting. There's been a lot of discussion about geographic isolation, but to your point, Bill, that was actually something that was considered, discussed, and is actually written into the section governing voluntary mergers.
Nice to have the preschoolers.
I love that.
That was great. All right. So at this point, are people ready to transition to thinking about the development of guiding principles and are okay with what the law says? And I appreciate all the references back to the law, because I think that's what's grounding us, and that's what we get our authority from, and that's, as Peter was just saying, a task we were delegated to do. And it was an interesting way. It was not put to us through rulemaking. It's very specific. It's that the secretary writes a plan and we either adopt it or amend it. And so it was very deliberate. The legislature did not send it back to them. So, I mean, that was in the process. If it was rulemaking, it would have. So there's a distinction there in how it was set up. Stacy.
Yeah, I just was thinking, I just want to echo, Krista, what you just said, because it doesn't say the secretary shall develop and publish a plan, and then the state board should develop and publish their own plan, and then we'll see where there's overlap. And I think that's a distinction that we might want to consider, that the point is for us to react to what's proposed. At least that's how I read that, and I think that helps guide perhaps some of the guiding principles.
So getting to some of these guiding principles, there's been a lot of talk about what's possible and what's practicable. And so in the Secretary's plan itself, I found it most useful, and I'm not sure if other board members, going through, and there are certain pages where the Secretary defines those and the principles that the Secretary has about what's possible and what's practical. The first one is on page 25, so of the actual state plan. But I thought if we use the state plan, again, analyze and study and see if we agree or disagree, and that would be a good point to start our conversation. The first one is, in these introductions, it really talks about some of these things, what is possible and what is practicable. In the first one on page 25, it talks about existing union high school districts and their member elementary districts. And it talks about how structurally a union high school district and its members' elementary school districts are the districts most easily unified into a new UUSD. This is especially true if all elementary school districts share the same operating/tuitioning pattern. For example, if each town and elementary school district operates a school offering kindergarten through grade 6, and these districts are members of single union high school operating grades 7 through 12, then the districts can merge into a single multi-town UUSD that provides for the pre-K through 12 education of students, and all without the need of the voters or elementary school districts to vote to change this operating tuitioning pattern. So as a matter of practical matter, this configuration of districts is the most likely to form a UUSD because its member towns have a history of working together to operate a union high school, and perhaps most significantly, are most likely to think of all students enrolled in the union high school as are students, rather than students from town A or B. Finally, in most instances, the combined ADM of existing union high schools and its member elementary school district renders the UUSD large enough to support the planning and administrative functions of a supervisory union as required, and thus is capable of being a preferred structure. So the districts discussed in this part are divided into 3 categories, so it goes into that. So that is the Secretary telling us about what is possible. And it's possible because they have all the same operating, and the practical because they have it working together. So I was hoping if we could use these as a jumping off point to, do we agree or disagree with the possible or practical? So that way it's a way of refining our own way of thinking. So Oliver.
So I was going to suggest that, this is a great opportunity, I think, to start with possible, and I think we can probably come to a pretty quick consensus around that one. I think hopefully we all agree the sticky one is practicable, but possible, I would suggest, really comes down to, does it comply with the Section 4 protections, and more broadly, the enumerated exemptions. So in other words, it's possible if it does not fall into one of those, if the merger partners don't fall into one of those categories, then it's possible. So it's pretty black and white.
Yeah, and I think that's what, and the secretary in here is saying this is very possible because they have all the same operating structures. Everybody has the same, is it K through 6 and 7 through 12 is Union High School. So it's possible. And again, I like the fact that you brought up except for the exemptions, because by law it says you cannot, it's not possible if it is a tech center district. It's not possible if you're an interstate district. Peter.
I'm going to just state the obvious, and it's also that they all separately voted to do it, to go into this.
Into the Union district, yes, so into the Union High School. John.
Just a question for the board. The many of the criteria alluded to by the secretary in this page connect to language in the statute. However, the language about a history of working together to operate and are more likely to think of all students enrolled in the Union High School as our students. Is there any language in statute that says it's a virtue to think that all the students are our students? I mean, intuitively, yes, but what's the statute say?
I think that's where it's falling under the practicable. So in my reading of this, and people might have a different one, she's saying it's practicable if they have a history of working together. So I think that is that a principle that...
Is that to suggest that it's not practicable if they do not have such a history?
That's a question. So again, I think using this as a way of picking apart, it helps us get a better understanding. And so that was sort of my hope, is that by picking this apart, we'll get to a better sense of what our sense of practicable is. I guess going with Oliver's first, with the possible, are people comfortable with the possible? That they have like structures and are not the union?
Actually, I was going to suggest, just to keep it really simple, a definition of possible is if there is no statutory, if there's nothing in statute that prevents it, it's possible.
Sure.
I would agree with that.
And like structure, yeah.
No, just keep it really simple. If there's nothing in statute that prevents it, it's possible. And then everything else kind of falls into the practicable heading.
And do we have a volunteer that's want to keep notes?
I can try.
You want to try?
Sure.
Okay. So if you want to...
Oliver, will you just say it again?
Yeah, so Oliver, if you want to...
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Any combination that is not statutorily prohibited is possible.
John's got it too, so we got two going.
That's a good place to start.
Okay. So that's good for possible. And so then to pick apart what John was saying, the practicable, and this is where it's more of the debate, and so that's why I want to use what is in here as a way of talking and discussing and agreeing or disagreeing. And so John, you brought up that is it practical because you have a history of working together, so does it make it unpractical if you have no history of working together? And so thoughts from Board Member Stacy.
Sorry. I'm glad, Krista, you had us reread this, because I had not focused yet on this part, the word capable, not to add necessarily another word we have to define. But, I feel like capable gets a little bit at kind of what John was saying and what Mark alluded to earlier about leadership in communities, that would we think that a certain, would that weigh into our decisions? Is this someone capable of this? They may not have the history, or maybe they haven't worked together, but there are not so many barriers that we think would prevent them from being capable. I think that might be a word we want to include.
And so some are working in, so when we're making a list of what is practical, are people comfortable with adding a history of working together? Another one is something about the having the capacity to make it. I mean, something defining in that, Rain. John?
I'm such a nerd that
That's why we appreciate you and love you.
And I looked up
thank you for
practicable.
Yes.
And one definition is something that is practicable is something that can be reasonably done. That's one way to think of it. What makes me uneasy about where this conversation might be leading is to the possibility of reaching a conclusion that, it's not practical to put town X and town Y together because they hate each other so much, or that they're so whatever. And that's relevant because there are certainly, and we've been told this in the testimony we've received over 3 days, that there are communities that simply do not want to collaborate because of some ancient enmities or other given reasons. I would be very, very uneasy if we get to the point where we say, we can't put them together because they won't collaborate, and so it's not practicable. So when we get into saying, well, this is practical because they have an experience of it, that gets us down the road of then maybe it's not practicable because they have not collaborated or don't want to collaborate. That's a really slippery slope that makes me very uneasy. So I'm just sort of squeamish about this definition that this is practicable, then the obverse is not. And that's not a place I would like to see us wind up.
And again, that's why we're processing in public here. So,
I was thinking that the possible falls back to a sort of a clinical definition from statute, where the practicable invites us to look at the goals of the law and not to view as a binary black and white. It's going to be on a continuum, what's more practicable than others. And I think it's a reasonable assumption to suggest that communities who have voted to merge at the high school level, who have experience thinking of all our kids at the high school level, might have the potential to extend that to their elementary as well. And particularly if a large number of the group that have voted in favor of doing it at the high school level and then voted also to do it at the elementary level, and you have one or two districts standing out and preventing that system as a whole from operating K through 12, and that is of interest, state interest, and interest of this board to consider to what extent they should be merged.
John and then Peter?
So I agree with John that two communities that don't particularly want to work together, I'm not sure that would be the level I'd be looking at. But when you start looking at facilities, for example, this one's much easier. Sorry, I think that was from my using that as a timer earlier.
Your time's up.
Yeah.
Timed yourself out of the conversation.
I'll give myself a red card here.
Yeah.
So from this perspective, they've already got all their students in one high school, and they've already got all of their students in elementary school. So I think this is a much easier scenario. I think when we look at other ones where we're going to take potentially 2 or 3 communities and merge them into one district, suddenly I think we have to look at, do they have a high school that could actually, if that's the route that they wanted to go, I guess that would be a little bit more complicated, because now you're starting to think about, the potential for one central high school. And does that exist without, if they had to go out and bond and build a $20 million facility, I'm not sure that is what I would put into the practical category. Is it possible? Yes. But when you start looking at things like that, that's where I start getting squeamish.
Yeah, and remember, this is about governance, and not everybody. So we're in Bethel, but they jumped the gun. So they didn't just say we're going to do governance. They looked at their situation. They said we're going to skip that step, and we're going to actually bring to the voters to change schools. And so they went beyond what is being asked. And I think I've heard a lot of confusion. I was listening to a NPR interview the other day with a candidate that misunderstood this, but the idea that this is for governance, this is not mandating that schools are changing at all. So it shouldn't be about the facilities of schools, because this is about the governance, and a governance and can have 2, 3, 4, 5 schools.
Well, they have 2
in one
campuses here, for example.
Right. But that was something that wasn't required of them in 46. They did an addition to it after they listened to students, and they realized they didn't want to wait. They wanted to have those conversations along with the vote at the same time. So that's where I just want to make sure we get those confused.
I agree, but I think when we're talking about, as John called it, I don't like this terminology, the forced merger. don't necessarily embrace that terminology. I think it was made up by people that were maybe on the other side of the issue. But at the same time, I think the voluntary mergers, I guess as we'll call them, that was much easier to try to come to a landing on that kind of issue. When we're actually going to take two groups that previously rejected this idea and put them together, I think maybe the facilities issue is going to play into it a little bit more. That there is going to be more of more animosity about, where are kids going to go to school versus when they were able to work it out between themselves, it was much easier. So I agree with the government's question, but when it comes to the next step, which is sections 9 and 10, I think it is going to be a little bit tougher of a decision.
Peter,
I just wanted to
and then
quickly say, following up on Dan, Union High School boards, they often work well, and in fact, there was a comment in one of the snapshots or something from a district saying, if it works so well for Union High School, why wouldn't it work so well for our elementary schools?
Mm-hmm.
But there are Union High School boards that work very, very well collectively, and they're looking after all the children from all different townships. And anyway, and they're often, we've heard, will attract new residents to go to those high schools.
So on what's practicable, I think that one area where it's not quite black and white, but almost black and white is in the case of the MUUSDs and the NMEDs. Because they already share a union high school, and we have to remember we're talking about governance here. We're not talking about buildings. We're talking about governance. And from a governance perspective, they've already demonstrated the ability and the capacity to work together. So it is practicable, I think, and I think we can as we're looking at defining criteria for what constitutes practicable, I would say that's one where it's almost black and white. The only shade of gray is if there is a potential debt issue. I think it's still worth drilling down on that, but unless somebody has identified a debt issue, the presumption would be that it is practicable, because from a governance perspective, they've already demonstrated the capacity and the ability to work together.
Mm-hmm.
John.
Thanks for that, Oliver. That moves it along where I think it might go is, while I appreciate Dan's suggestion about the goals, I think that leaves it ill-defined about why we can't achieve a goal, for example. I think what might be helpful for us if we want to discuss practicable is let us define what might be impracticable. Let's get clear about that. What would be the obstacle that we are willing to accord weight to that we would say, this is not practical? One of them might be debt. But my hope would be that we would have obstacles like that are quite clear, so that there comes to be a kind of nice symmetry with practical, which is comply. There's nothing in the statute that prohibits this, or it is in compliance with the statute. The other might be there's nothing in the circumstances of these communities that prohibits the governance reorganization that's proposed. And debt might be one of them. Distance could be another. I'm not talking about distance between schools, but simply huge gaps, and the statute speaks about this. So I guess if we want to go very far with practicable, please define what in your view would be not practicable.
Well, I think where we can do that is also by studying and analyzing the report. And so when we look at plans 11, 24, 26, 28, 29, 32, and 33, the secretary has decided that it's not practicable. So if you go through and read, and if that's, so what I was thinking that we could go through, and the secretary is talking about when they see things as practicable, and then identifies plan specifically, it says they're not practicable, and for this reason.
Let's see what we can learn from
So
that.
if you want, the first one is number 11.
Krista, I think I agree with John, though. It would be a lot easier to say everything's practicable except for the following.
Okay.
It's a much easier.
We'll get there.
Yeah. So let me just get a page number for you, sorry.
Like page 91?
91.
For proposal 11, that's probably false.
Except for this distance and this depth.
Okay, so, and this is, again, just doing from my notes, and so if you look at that proposal, and if you go to then, sorry, page 96, it talks about accordingly, because the Secretary believes that it's not practicable to require merge at this time because it would not advance the goals of Act 46. The Secretary does not propose that the State Board merge Athens, Grafton, and Westminster districts in the statewide plan. But the time the State Board is required to issue its statewide plan in November, it may have additional information which to make a final decision. So what the Secretary is saying here is it's not practical when it does not advance the goals of Act 46. So that,
Well, it actually does say, on page 95, it actually says would be possible and practicable.
Can you give us a paragraph?
Sorry, it's the penultimate paragraph on page 95.
Uh-huh. Do you want to just point us to that direction?
Yeah, so second from the bottom of page 95.
Right.
And just for the benefit of people that are in the audience and maybe don't have a huge binder in front of them, which it's a merger of Athens and Grafton and Westminster districts would be possible and practicable, simply that existing structures by replacing 4 boards with 1 and facilitate resource sharing and elementary school choice among 3 schools. Given the size of Athens and Grafton, combined the AGM of Athens and Grafton and Westminster schools would likely provide some relief for tax rate fluctuations. It further goes on that they are exploring the possibility of merger. If approved, they would replace the 2 districts with 3 boards.
Yeah, so there's an inconsistency here because it says that it's possible and practicable, but then it goes on to conclude that it's not practicable. So there's an internal inconsistency within the document. So I think, this is an area where, I would take some exception to the Secretary's proposal, because if the Secretary is saying it's possible and practicable, it should be merged. So there's 2 separate questions here.
Yes, it's based on a contingent possibility, which is her decision appears to be based upon a contingent possibility, which is that the decision was ultimately made with the expectation that Athens and Grafton will continue to pursue creation of a union elementary district. But that's the expectation.
So, and Donna, did you have any additions to add?
I was just going to add that on page 96 it says, I believe that it's not practicable at this time, which was on June 1st when there were discussions.
Yeah. It's Stacy.
Just to call attention to the sentence right before the one that I think John just read. I think that's the but. Possible and practical, but given the but is mine, it's not in there, but given the very small size of both districts, it will be interesting to consider, it's an interesting turn of phrase, whether there are any other benefits to the creation of the unified district. So I think what I'm hearing is that while possible and practical, there seems to be maybe minimal benefits because the numbers are so small anyway, therefore not recommended.
I think that gets to the last paragraph on 96 where it talks about it's not possible because it doesn't advance the goals of 46. So maybe that the way I'm reading this report is that at some point the scale is too small to create something that would actually have benefits to meet the goals. And I think that's where the Secretary, and again, this is just trying to dissect with the Secretary to help us think about, do we agree, disagree, or not? John?
Right, I wasn't waiting on agree, disagree.
I'm pointing out, and I think that's where it's really helpful to go through the Secretary's plan and use it as a tool because it makes you think about your own principles.
Yeah,
John?
I'm not sure there's anything in the goals of Act 46 that speak to the size of districts and say, don't do it if it's a bunch of small schools. there's certainly language in the act that talks about preferred structures and so forth, but that's not a goal of act.
But actually, in the section on alternative governance, it's very clear that the smallest number of districts practicable within that supervisory union. So this is one, as I'm reading it, I really actually disagree pretty strongly with kind of where the acting secretary landed, because it actually talks about some of the benefits of, including resource sharing, school choice amongst the 3 schools. So it speaks to a number of the benefits under the heading of being practicable. So I'm not sure that I would have agreed with where this landed. So one thing, and this gets back to John's point about what's not identifying what's not possible, is it doesn't actually identify what makes it not practicable.
So what would people wish it would have said? Peter?
Can I just say that these aren't tiny schools. Athens, Grafton's 72 and Westminster's 189. I mean, these aren't, in Vermont, those are reasonable sizes for elementary schools.
But it doesn't meet the threshold.
Oh, Bill, yeah. So
which ones are you looking
at?
at?
Yeah, so it does meet the threshold of 900.
For that,
so if you want to just have
yeah.
Athens has 5 kids per grade level.
The 900s.
No, this is this book.
Right. So that it is
That's
900 for
Athens,
the
Grafton
SU.
combined.
Yeah, well, that's what that is.
So, again, hopefully this could be as a tool of, do we agree, disagree? Anything in there that people are pulling out is either deciding it's practicable or not practicable. Is there language that people would want to introduce to the board, or would we want another example to keep honing in?
10 kids per grade.
If my memory serves me correct, these Athens and Grafton entered into a joint contract. Right, so you have that context. So these are 2 communities that have formally
they have a
entered into a
joint contract.
relationship to jointly operate a school together.
Okay.
So I think perhaps the context here was they're on a continuum of working through that, and that ultimately that joint contract relationship would transform itself into a formal union school district. So I think that's why some consideration was given to the fact that contract was in place.
Like Twin Valley.
Slightly different situation.
Yeah.
Right, and so how does that play into decision-making if it's for or against?
I think that's an important point. So if there's some other activity that is ongoing that actually does advance the goals, that, not just sort of sticking with the status quo. So that, I think, is one of many factors.
So do we want to start adding this maybe just to a list, Stacey, if you're just kind of on the list of maybe possible, practicable?
Yeah.
So something about just the idea of there's already movement to work together in a formalized way. Is that what I'm hearing from you? That is it from a formalized entering into contract? So they're moving towards a merger, maybe at not the pace that Act 46 would like, but they're in that process, and maybe it's not practicable to allow them to give them time to
disrupt that.
Can you just so if there's movement to work together in a formalized way, then I'm just trying to restate, so make sure I'm writing down what I was hearing the chair say was that if there was movement to work together in a formalized way, then it would not, am I hearing you say then it would not be practicable to disrupt it?
Well, I was trying to summarize Oliver, so let you.
If the districts are can have demonstrated that there is tangible progress being made towards consolidating governance into a smaller number of governance units or districts, it would not be practicable to disrupt that ongoing activity.
Okay. Do we want another example to help our thinking? For the secretary saying non-practicable. So number 24. Let me get there. people have a page number
132.
132. I thought I was being smart by putting down the numbers. Oh, and this is a big one too. Okay, so we have a 132, and then goes all the way to
142.
okay.
Is the
Yes,
decision.
142. So this one is a little bit more complicated, and let's just go over this. And again, this is for the audience too. It's looking at Cabot, Danville, and Plainfield. And it says, accordingly, the Secretary believes that the best means of meeting Act 46 goals for each district individually and for the region is for the State Board to, first bullet, merge the governance structures of Cabot and Danville into a single unified union school district that provides for the education pre-K through 12 students by operating multiple schools, and redraw SU boundaries so the new UUSD becomes a member district of the Caledonia Central SU. And then it says, merge the Twinfield Union School District with one or more other districts and move it to a larger SU when uncertainties in the region are resolved and the State Board has sufficient information to make a decision, taking into consideration that districts otherwise exempted from the merger under the state plan are subject to SU boundary changes, both under the statewide plan and separately. So this one is a little bit more complicated, because it's recommending merger in one, but not for another. And it doesn't say the word practicable, but I'm sure people are looking at that when I was reading. Peter.
Yeah, so we heard, we've heard about this district.
Quite a bit.
We heard very clearly from Danville that they would not they don't want to go into a union district with the current high school situation in Cabot. That's an issue. What do you call it? Is that practicable, or because they said we're going to really resist this if that happens. So, I mean, if you just formed them as an SU and then let them work it out together, is that part of is that a way to resolve it?
Dan?
Yeah, I think to Peter's point, one of the things you can take away from this is you have still within your authority the ability to redraw SU boundaries and reconfigure. So. Right. That's something that predates Act 46, so this could be an example of where you assert perhaps part of the Secretary's proposal but not another part of it based on more current information that you've received since this draft plan was written.
And I think this is, when we start thinking about what is practicable, we have a high school that came and talked to us and told us they have over $6 million in deferred maintenance. They're worried about their roof caving in. They've now canceled art, music, all athletics for their school, and have had a hard time passing school budgets, and I think it took them 3 votes. So that's what they came to us and talked to us at our meeting. And Danville then, looking at that situation and being faced with, if we are forced to merge, they are taking on not just the debt, but the deferred maintenance, and also taking on some of that baggage. So I guess that's what we can think about, what is practicable, and what would not be in that situation, and that can that help us get to some principles that we agree on as a board. John?
This is, I think, not just a question of differential debt, but also just almost differential viability of 2 different districts. The Cabot system is virtually on life support at this point. So the challenge is it equitable or fair to saddle another community with the difficulties of their neighbors? This relates, it seems to me, to having one community take on the debt of another. And I'm thinking down the road a little bit, but it seems that this is exactly the kind of situation, though, where you'd want to be taking action. I don't think you'd want to just stand by and watch Cabot swing in the breeze here. On the other hand, you'd be uncomfortable causing another community to bear the burden of sustaining it. This is a little bit like the debt challenge, and I wonder if we mightn't consider actions in which we would say this is the right thing to do, but these towns need legislative action, these districts need legislative action to make this work. And so it could be that some of our proposals are not exactly contingent, but lob the ball to the General Assembly to say, we're doing what you asked us to do for good reason, and yet, in truth, this creates disparities of burden that need to be addressed by the General Assembly.
Yeah, Stacy, and then Oliver.
Just in that musing out loud, I think as we're discussing buildings, I think we should also just remember students. So while we're saying a community might say, we don't want to merge, we don't want to take on that poor building. We would be ashamed of ourselves if we were saying out loud, we don't want to take on those poor kids. And I think we want to keep students in the center, as Krista talked about, student opportunities. Let's just make sure we're balancing those both as important things for a community to wrestle with, because I think we'd all be embarrassed to say, but those kids are on that side of that line, and I'm not responsible for them. I don't think that's how we want to be.
Oh, sorry.
On this point, so rather than think of it as a joke, but in 1890 they put a 5-cent property tax on, to which ended up paying for the Vicious Act of 1892. Since it is a broad state debt, why not say, as of such and such date, the state would take on the bonded indebtedness that was previously there? And this could be constructed, but in trying to resolve the debt question and the various combinations and permutations, going to a broad-based state tax to pay for this seems like the reasonable thing to do.
I think we need to stay in our purview, though. So for right now, we can, I think, send it, from what John is saying, send it to the legislator, but I don't think advocating a statewide tax to pay it off is in our purview at this point. It may be when we come to our legislative agenda and thinking about that, but I think we need to be careful that we swim in our lane. And if we don't feel like we have a solution, I think that's part of the plan, is we have to say, personally, I think Act 46 is 10 years too late for Cabot.
Yeah,
and that's part of the problem, is that we need to make sure that we're thinking forward thinking and making sure we don't have schools getting into trouble where they're then cutting opportunities for students just to make budgets meet. And I have a bunch of people with hands.
Well, can I just, I get Bill's point, but I think that I agree with you. If we're going to debate that, we better have breakfast sent in for tomorrow. I just think that's a really big discussion.
Let's swim in our lane for right now.
I
we
agree.
have enough to discuss right now.
But I'm going to state, if I may state the obvious.
Yeah.
There is no construction aid in this state. This is really handicapping what we're trying to do here. I mean, it really is. And just as an example, when the regional high schools went in the late 60s, 70s, early 70s, there was the local districts didn't pay for it. It was all state and federal aid that did that. New buildings, new ball fields, everything was. That's a statement of where we are right now in terms of our economy and our priorities.
So the one thing that I'm struggling with this example, and I appreciate the comment that was made about the students and making sure we don't forget about them, because I worry about a place like Cabot where all these programs and these opportunities are being cut, and there's so much focus on kind of sticking with the status quo that it's the students. I really am very concerned about them. One of the considerations I think we need to take into account is I think we need to recognize Danville's a good example. Danville's not exactly sort of rolling in the dough and in a really strong position themselves. They're not as weak as Cabot, but they're certainly on shaky ground. I think it's probably fair to say. So taking two districts that are marginal at best, and one that is quite frankly nearly on life support if it isn't already, and putting them together, that may not be setting them up for success.
Okay, so I'm just looking at time, and I just want to make an announcement for the audience too, that our hosts are offering lunch to the general public at noon, so that's why we have to be mindful of time, for $3.60. And it's for pulled pork, black bean burgers, salad, beverage, and it's important you have to be in the cafeteria by noon. So that's why I want to make sure that we are at 5 of noon right now. So that way, to be thankful for our hosts and our guests, if they want food, that there's an opportunity for that to make sure they get it. So if at this point we want to round up the conversation, and I just want to get a sense of the board as we move forward into our next work session. I can just let you know right now, on pages 25, page 60, 90, 113, 126, and 185, that's where the secretary goes into the rationale about what's practical and what's
Can you
not.
read them again, Kristen?
So that's page 25,
Lose money on it?
60, 90, 113, 126, and 185. So those are cases when talking about introducing sections and why the secretary made certain decision points and talks about their rationale. And if you're looking over lunch and you want to look at ahead, where it said it was not practicable was, I'm just looking at, I didn't write down names all the time, but in case 24, 26, 28, 29, 32, and 33. So if that's helpful at all, I know as John says, some of us are nerds and like studying over lunch and working through lunch, and that's fine. But I just wanted to give you that heads up. And I just want to, from the board, what would be most helpful? Would it be to look at what the secretary says was practical or not? And when we get back, and what's the pleasure of the board, and which cases would be most helpful to go through to help us get to our guiding principles? John.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I
just got a promotion.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, you are. I was the Secretary of Defense, actually.
Maybe not.
I think that the exercise you've led us into by looking at these specific cases has been productive. It's triggered some understandings and nuances that I, for one, had not thought much about. So I would encourage us to continue along the direction you've set of looking at these cases, both the not practicables and the practicables, and it gives us a better grasp of it all. And then we'll double back and I think find what are some general rules, if any, that we can extract from this.
Yeah. Any other needs from board members that they need between? Okay, so we'll stay on that path, and thank you, Stacey, for trying to keep some sense of something that we might get back to and think about as our principles. So at this moment, we are going to go to lunch. And again, it's in the cafeteria right down the hall. 360 can get you a nice lunch. And as our host said, this is lunch that the kids get, and that it's they're really proud of their farm to school program and how they're local sourcing a lot of this food. So take advantage of it.
What time do you want us back?
So we have on the schedule a leisurely lunch of 45 minutes, which has been more than we've gotten in a long time. So if you want, we could, everybody's always late anyway, so we'll say 12:35. How about that? And we'll probably start at 12:40. Does that make sense? I'll be rounding people up at 12:35. Okay, so we'll go to lunch. All right, we are coming back.
Get it developed.
Session from lunch, and continuing working again. We've talked about our obligations and duties. We are developing our guiding principles, and so we are carrying that work forward. Oh, sorry, I'm the worst offender. Hello. Okay, we are carrying our work forward from the morning. And Stacey, would you mind,
Yes.
you were keeping a little bit of notes for us, things that we asked you to keep track of so far, just to refresh our memory?
Yeah.
And do you have the microphone?
I have the microphone. Do you want me to read? Well, there are two places where I feel like we were trying to hone in on a definition. So one was about the word possible, and we had, I believe, any combination that is not statutorily prohibited is possible. And the other one was practicable. If a district or districts have demonstrated progress in moving towards smaller governance units or districts, then it would not be practicable to disrupt this process. Does that seem more or less reflective?
Yep.
Or Oliver, you want to amend that?
No, I think that makes sense, and if, with the chair's permission, I'd like to delve into a little discussion around debt under the heading of practicable, because I have some ideas there. I figured this now as good a time as any.
Is everybody?
Stacey, would you say that definition of practicable again,
Sure.
please?
I can't read this person's handwriting. So it says, if a districts have demonstrated progress in moving towards smaller governance units or districts, then it would not be practicable, to disrupt this process.
I don't think that's what is meant by practicable, that it's not a measure of whether or not we should disrupt a process. I think practicable refers to whether or not a particular convergence of governance is practicable. That is to say, one that's not practicable is two different operating systems.
Well, that's possible.
No, if it's if you cannot, it's. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. That is prohibited by statute. Right. So it's not that we should reject something because it's more that is the proposal itself practicable.
I believe, if I remember the conversation, this was one kind of prong, perhaps, of defining whether or not it was, I'm having a hard time now with this word, predictable. That the idea, we were looking at a particular case where it looked like the rationale was because these units were already moving towards consolidating their governance, then it would not be can someone help me here? Practicable to disrupt this process in terms of the fact that it looked like it was moving towards some of the goals of 46. That's what I heard.
That was a case that we actually didn't agree with, or tentatively had some reservations about the Secretary's conclusion to that effect.
Do you have a...
Right, so that's what we asked Stacy. Stacy's just been our note keeper, so that's what kind of people were saying and asking to be kept at. That's why I wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Another way to see it would be that there are obstacles to convergence of governance or consolidation. And would be up to us to define what would be allowable obstacles. Not statute, but debt would be a possible obstacle. Or undue financial burdens such as Danville taking on burdens of an adjacent community or something like that.
So am I hearing from you that it's not practicable to merge if there is, and then start making a list?
Yeah.
That what I'm hearing?
And we earlier had a discussion that we said we didn't want resistance of the communities to constitute an obstacle to convergence of governance. That was a form of obstacle that we thought did not have merit, at least provisionally. There seemed to be a sense of that.
So I like where John's going. So I would suggest that, and I know we came up with that note that Stacy took, but I would suggest we park that, and I like where John's going, and actually ties in with the debt issue, is let's focus on very clear things that make something not practicable. And the other issue is a little squishy. So I would, let's take debt as a good example.
Give us an example.
Okay. So one of the provisions of Act 49 amended Act 46 to add some consideration of greatly differing levels of indebtedness when looking at forming an alternative governance structure, particularly the requirement that we try to create a structure with the fewest practicable number of districts. So debt is a potential obstacle. How do we define what's greatly varying levels of debt? And there are a number of problems with indebtedness and looking at what that means in terms of the actual impact. And what I'm going to suggest, because I thought about this quite a bit over the weekend, is that our starting point should be last year's equalized per pupil spending between those districts. And we should use that as sort of a first gate as a potential indicator where indebtedness may be an issue. And I would suggest we pick a threshold. I'm going to just throw 20% out as a number. Mm-hmm. And if there is equalized per pupil spending, if there's a variance of greater than 20%, we should then look into into those districts to see what accounts for that that variation, and specifically to what extent indebtedness contributes to that. So in other words, because you could have, and the example I want to give, we have to be careful we don't get wrapped around the axle around debt, because you could take, I'll just take two fictional districts. You could have District A that has $10 million of bonded indebtedness, but that bonded indebtedness was used to provide significant improvements to the physical plant that made the building more energy efficient and reduced maintenance and operating costs of the building. You could have School District B that has no indebtedness, but they have $10 million of deferred maintenance that has accumulated. They have an inefficient physical plant that requires much more, not only maintenance, but also energy because the building's not energy efficient. So we have to be careful when we're looking at the comparison strictly on the basis of financial bonded indebtedness. And that's where I think if we take a step back and we start with, well, what's the actual cost per pupil, equalized pupil? And is there some disparity that would then cause us to say, well, what's going on here? Is there a real disparity? Is that disparity caused by indebtedness? And I think that's something that we would want to look at as something that would make something impracticable.
Peter?
Can I just ask, Oliver, is that a 20% high, low in the whole district, or is it, how, in terms of that spread? How do you work that?
Oh, I would say 20% from the mean.
Question for Brad. Where does bonded indebtedness show up? Is it in current expenditure or per pupil expenditure or maximum allowable or?
It's in all of the above.
Yep.
Carried through in all of the above?
Yeah, it would.
It's in the announced tuition. It's in the.
Might be the announced. It's probably definitely the allowable.
Well, the tuition. There are two parts to the allowable, and there's one with debt and one without debt, and it's certainly in the spending per pupil per equalized pupil that drives the tax rate.
Okay, if they're separate numbers, then that will work. If they're separate numbers, then what Oliver's proposing will work because the data exists.
The data exists because all are speaking about education spending per equalized pupil, and I see the eligible debt as one of the offsetting revenues, or not revenues, but exclusions for avoiding the excess spending threshold. So I can see that.
Mark?
I just, I think sometimes, obviously the bonded number is the indebtedness is gonna show up in the numbers, but I think in some cases, on the energy side, it'll show up as a cost, but in some other things like a gym floor or a roof or things like that, the numbers might not show up. If you keep pushing off the roof, it would show up as a deferred maintenance item, but I don't know if it would show up in the numbers, right? But the other thing though too is that I just want to say I don't think I'd be in favor of some of these predictors like, here's two communities that are working towards a merger or towards consolidation or towards more cooperation. I'm not sure, because the Act 46 process, once the state plan comes out and the state board approves it, then if those two communities don't come to a landing, nothing would happen in the future. Is that right? So we're saying here's two communities that are working towards a plan,
okay, yeah.
And we say, okay, we're going to take them off the list because they're working towards it. They've now they're now not included in the Act 46 plan as the state board approves it, and then later those talks fall apart. The window may never open again.
So I think that's what you're bringing up is with the secretary decided one of the principles was that if a community was working towards moving a district, that the secretary chose to leave them alone. And so that's where as a board we have to decide if we agree or disagree. And that's...
I think I disagree.
Okay, and I think that's where it's good to kind of get...
Yeah, I think the distinguishing point with Athens and Grafton is it wasn't they were just having a conversation. They had entered into a formal agreement under the law to jointly operate a school, which is different.
Yeah, different. There were some other ones...
representation of their partnership.
Yeah.
I would just chime in on debt. I think I'll tease out, there's two aspects to this question. One is the financial piece of it, and the other seems to be a conversation around the principle of it, whether one community can be forced to assume another community's debt. On the affordability end of it, I think the best place to go is the tax rate. debt shows up as the payments towards the principal and interest in a balance sheet of a school district. Some of the mergers I've worked on where, one school district which had all the debt was a much larger school district involved in the merger. Because of their size, their tax rate was substantially lower than the small district that had no debt. That small district was complaining about having to absorb the debt of the larger district, but if they had merged, smaller district's tax rate would have dropped 12 cents without the incentives. So, there's dynamics that you get into that I think are addressed pretty well by looking at the differences in the tax rates. And I know with other mergers, back to the idea of practicability, is it practical to merge districts with significantly different tax rates? If one, I can think of a district that had a tax rate well over $2, and when they were contemplating merging with their neighbors, that mean or average tax rate would have come out to be $1.50. Everyone else was down around $1.20. They would be bopped up to $1.50 because of these guys over $2. Is that fair to everyone else? But the idea of the principle is one I still struggle with. The idea that, can communities be forced to take on the debt? And I just keep coming back to it's a statewide funding system, where these are all municipalities or constructs of the state. So effectively, those debt issues are not in isolation. It's all of our debt, and that's precisely the issue of affordability of the state, is that we're making these decisions in isolation as opposed to considering the broader inventory of the physical plants in a larger district.
But we're looking at the one side of the ledger, which is liability. We're also not looking at the other side, assets. So if community A had taken out a bond 20 years ago, built a school, which is still maintained it well over all those years, now community B, since the last tax payment or the last bond payment would have been made the previous year, has now inherited this beautiful new school. So there's another side to it as well. We keep talking about the bonded side, what's the indebtedness, but then you look at even in our community, each community had a vastly different school, and they assessed them, but all of them were paid off. They were all built a long time ago, and now the new school district owns them all. So I think, while we're looking at indebtedness, I think we also have to, you can't just look at one side of the issue, one side of the coin. You're gonna have to look at the other one too.
So we have a couple, John and then Stacy and then Oliver.
Oh, thank you. Back to the question of indebtedness and a differential between the two. There may be times when we can see that broadening the district to include other districts would help to mitigate the burden of one or a minority of indebted communities. Cabot Danville, again, would be an example. It might be too much to ask Danville alone to take on this additional burden, but if there were a way to broaden the consolidation to include other communities, it might reach a more tolerable level. Just another thing, we've been struggling not only to say practicable, but to understand what the hell it means. I've wondered if a different set of words than possible and practicable might be permissible and achievable. Permissible is useful, I think, because we've said that is it permitted by law? So that may be not such a bad match to possible. Might even be a better term, the way we're using it. And whether achievable is maybe to the question of practicable. And it will always be achievable at what price or at what consequence. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's another way to think about these words.
I do think we need to be careful that we are using language from the actual act and not, we can all play lawmakers and try to amend it and change it and make it sound better, but I think we do have to, the closer we stick to Act 46 and the language in there and the way that we talk about it has to reflect the act, the microscope we're under, we need to make sure that we're following the act. So I'm not sure if we want to change language.
I'm not suggesting a change, but
like
only
the
to
way we're
understand
talking about it. Yeah, the way we're talking about
using
it.
that word as a
I would
definition.
just add more to that. I think it's a good point. I would also suggest we resist adopting other language, but I'd make the observation again that I think the permissible idea or the possible is a binary question. Is it yes or no?
Yes.
Where the achievable, practicable is going to be a continuum. And to what extent? So just, I think.
As is practicable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I just view it that way, that it's really about, scale.
Peter, or
No,
sorry, we went to
stretching.
Stacy and then Oliver.
I think I was just responding to what John was saying earlier about not feeling comfortable with using the barometer of if districts are already moving towards conversation. I think just pulling back, I think what I was hearing Oliver say was it might be helpful for us to even have a list of like, these are the qualifiers that meet the term of not practicable. These are some qualifiers that don't meet not practicable. And I think we're kind of like making metrics about metrics here, but I was under the impression that because it's nuanced, we're gonna have 3 or 4 things kind of on each side of this. It's not gonna be like, oh, well, you hit one of these, therefore it's not practicable. I'm not sure, but that's what I was starting to hear was kind of if this, then that.
No, I agree, because the practicable is not going to be a yes or no. And every case is going to be a little nuanced, but what's on the list of what is practicable?
I was going to just say that I think that, the point also is to come back to the goals of the law, that we're not trying to, I think, just merge for the sake of merging. Merging is not the end. Merging is a means to an end, and particularly when you're considering the alternative governance structures, that, the criteria before the board is whether that structure can meet the goals of the law better than the preferred structure. So it's really not about whether practicably people can merge, it's whether that merger can practicably achieve the goals of the law.
So just on the debt issue, the other point I really want to make is because many of the proposals that mention disparity in debt, they cite gross numbers. So they'll say our debt is $10,000 and debt of somebody else is $1 million. And on the face, they sound like big numbers, but in our analysis, we have to apportion those on a per student basis to truly understand what the impact is. Yeah. And I don't think any of the proposals out there actually do that. So we need to make sure that we're doing that. And again, to keep it simple, and I think this gets to the broader issue of some of the fiscal capacity questions, as we're looking at defining what's practicable, I think one of the gates is just pick a number. I'm just saying 20% plus or minus the mean of the proposed districts. If they're within that band, we should consider them practicable and not delve any deeper into the question of indebtedness, because they're within the range. And if they're outside of the range, then we go and we probe a little bit further.
So, and just in terms of process, do we want to put that down on our list, and we're going to be getting back to this list? And is there things that people, so if we wanted to add, and Oliver, do you want to just articulate your idea? Once, I'm just making sure Stacy has a chance.
Please read it.
Yeah, and just to put it on our list.
And we're putting it on, sorry. You're stating, Oliver, something that would not meet the not practicable threshold. Correct?
It's not practical to.
What we're saying is, for purposes of greatly varying levels of indebtedness, if the equalized per pupil spending of the districts in a proposed merger under the Secretary's plan is within plus or minus 20% of the mean equalized per pupil spending, it would be considered practicable.
Maybe we could just say within X% at the moment?
Yeah.
Let's see how the numbers spread.
What if we compared the debt of each district to the state average?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Why?
No.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
We're comparing two small communities.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and it was said we should stay within our purview. Everything we're talking about is changing the law. I'm for that, but just wanted to point it out.
Well, this is part of 49 is saying we have to consider indebtedness, but they didn't say what indebtedness meant. So that's where it is in our purview, because that's something, according to Act 49, that we have to consider. Absolutely. So if it's something that we have to, and again, as John said, consider, and in that definition of what is practicable, indebtedness has to be there. So we should have some sort of criteria about indebtedness within that definition, and trying to solve that problem. That's not I mean, that's just, we have to determine if it's practicable to merge two districts if their indebtedness is not compatible. And so that's where I think some of the examples have come in, that we have, you know, $2 or $1.20 and equals $1.50, and is that practicable? And that's for the board to decide. This is, again, I'm hoping that we have, you know, an hour plus before we have another break, that we can maybe have some sort of list that we then could maybe photocopy. So right now we're brainstorming, working together, and have something to really pick apart. So anything else right now, Stacy, could you just repeat back to us what's there? And if people feel really
Sure.
strongly, we're going to come back to this as a placeholder so we can have more conversations about other ideas of what's practicable.
Okay. So under the category of something that would meet this is not practicable, I have that a district will be moving towards efficient or in-scale governance models. That's one of the possible spokes or gates, I guess as Oliver said. Another thing that would meet that it's not practical is if the equalized per pupil spending for districts is greater than plus or minus X of the mean equalized per pupil spending, that it would be considered not practicable. The only thing I have so far that I think we've talked about that some folks were saying did not meet the not practicable threshold was whether or not we would consider no votes in towns. Was something I'd heard.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah.
No votes, as in the community
Oh,
voted no?
What I heard, I believe that I heard some folks say that that would not be one of the gates that would deem something not practicable.
Yeah, and with the first point, the working towards an agreement, to get to the secretary's point, if I would agree to that if there was some sort of agreement between the two communities, like you had cited.
A formal,
Yeah, a formal relationship, a formal agreement between the two, but just having them sit at the same table and kind of throwing ideas back and forth, I don't think I would agree with that point as far as putting them on the list.
Okay.
Well, and again, this is a list we're going to come back to and double
As
back.
possible.
But yeah, and just having that. Can we I feel like we're in 5 different locations right now, but John?
Just, it sounded also that Oliver was making a distinction between equalized spending per pupil and large differentials there, as opposed to, or in addition to, large differentials in indebtedness per something or other. Is that correct? Would either of those be what you would consider a possible obstacle?
It's a two-step gate. So the first is there a wide disparity in per pupil spending? If so, is that disparity caused by disparity of debt?
And if the answer is no?
If the answer is no, there's a presumption that it is
not an obstacle.
It is not an obstacle, exactly.
You threw out 20%, right?
I just threw out 20% as a reasonable, that's a pretty common number.
Okay, well, let me just
say
follow that up a little bit. Would you consider that a large differential in equalized per pupil spending itself could represent an obstacle to convergence?
It could, and that's why
so I think they're separate.
You're absolutely right. So I think that first gate speaks to a broader sort of fiscal capacity issue. Indebtedness is specifically outlined as a criteria we need to be looking at under the law. So that's why I want to make sure we tie it back to that. But I do think that and Dan's example is a good one. You could actually have communities where neither one has debt but have significant levels of spending. But this is where it gets a little bit nuanced, because if there is no debt and there's wide disparity in spending, that could be an indicator that there's inequity of programming as well, which one of the goals here is to try to actually equalize.
Or teacher compensation levels, whatever. Just to get at the nomenclature a little bit, I feel like we're sort of describing hurdles, and we're going to attempt, because there are all kinds of hurdles, and we're attempting to examine some of them and say, that hurdle is more than a hurdle, it's an obstacle. And once it becomes an obstacle, then you say, well, maybe that
has a bearing on the practicability of this convergence or this plan. I mean, differential spending in communities is going to be a hurdle, but it's not necessarily an obstacle. Same with debt. Just to go back to this business of there's already discussions going on, I don't see that at all as a hurdle or an obstacle. I see that as a parallel activity that may make moot the need to change the governance proposal, but I don't think it has the effect of trumping it or eliminating it. Somehow that's a positive asset between the communities. You could say that that's the reverse of an obstacle or a hurdle. It shows signs that they're already looking to collaborate. So I'm uncomfortable with having that on the list of possible hurdles that might become obstacles.
So just a matter of process, I think I'd like to move forward and leave it there, so leave it for discussion. I think that's the last work session would be good, is putting things down that then we can debate more in depth, just to make sure, because if we can get stuck there, then I'd like to push forward a little bit, and just to kind of refocus us a little bit. I'm hoping we can go back to some of what the secretary has proposed, and again, see if that's something we agree or disagree with, want to add. So the next one was case number 28. And so case number 28 was, starts, on page.
Perfect.
Yes.
157.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. 157. Oh, and sorry, it was 20. Yeah, no, sorry, it was 28. So Fairfax, Fletcher, and Georgia. And in this one, it says, accordingly, because the Secretary believes that it is not practicable to require merger at this time, the Secretary does not propose that the State Board merge Fairfax School District, the Fletcher School District, or the Georgia School District with another district to create one or more unified union school districts in the statewide plan. By the time the State Board is required to issue its statewide plan in November, it may have additional information with to make a final decision. So in this, it talks about sort of, in the Secretary's decision, it goes through, again, looking at this area in response with their neighbors. So any thoughts on this one that will help us get to, if this is not practicable, why, and is that a principle that we want to add to our list? I mean, this one is really, they have different structures.
Right.
So this idea that you have Fletcher, which is, operates a school, and then tuitions, and then you have Fairfax, which has the K through 12, and then you have Georgia, which also has the younger grade and tuitions. So you do have, yeah.
May I just clarify something?
Yeah, sure.
Those three, I believe, are not possible because they have different.
Right.
I think the practicable was going to looking to the rest of the region to see, for example, does Fairfax have a similar structure to somebody else, and then with outside of those three, and does Georgia have a similar structure to someone outside of those? And that's what the Secretary considered to be not practical.
Okay, it was because of its neighbors and not having someone close enough to them.
Correct, or someone who hadn't already merged and would have to have the vote to say, yes, we would like to include you.
Okay, so is there anything we can add here from our principals?
I'm sure I did not follow what you said, but I'm irretrievable. I think, I just wanted to say that the Secretary speaks about a district want to settle into their newly unified structure before considering expanding.
Well, I think that's, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's for the Maple Run, which consolidated, and that's for the Westford Essex that consolidated,
correct,
which are its next door neighbors. And so those could potentially be partners, but because, and this goes back to another case we've already seen, because, and I think another one that's coming up, if a merger has already happened, they wouldn't be forced to accept any of those towns, and they wouldn't be willing to open up the discussion because they had already met the requirement that they're going to be effective district by June of 2019.
I wonder if this is not an echo, however, of the Stowe situation.
It is. I think that's where we have to decide our principle. Well, this is a little bit different, though, isn't it? Because these are areas that have merged and are not required. So Maple Run and Westford Essex, correct me if I'm wrong, are not required because they've already gone through the process and meet all the thresholds of numbers. But the Morrisville and Elmore was that they had merged previously before this process and are eligible for merger, but the secretary decided it wasn't practicable because they were still working on their process merger. Is that correct, Anna?
Correct.
And did I get that right?
Elmore Morristown is not exempt, so that was the reasoning.
And so that's something, do we agree or disagree with? The idea that if an area has gone through a recent merger, I mean, there's, in this case of the Fairfax one, it's not, it should say possible, the practicable.
It wasn't possible that Fairfax, Fletcher, and Georgia merge. The practicable was getting to, if you look to, does Georgia and South Hero, they have the same structure, but is it practicable to have them merge? And the secretary concluded that it would not be practicable to have South Hero and Georgia merge.
So if I could use an analogy with a donut. So these three are in the donut hole. Within the donut hole, it is not possible. It is possible for them to merge with potential partners on the ring of the donut, but those people, because they've already gone through the process, are exempt, so we can't actually say that if they're not willing participants to receive those potential partners, so that's what makes it impracticable. Is that fair?
Correct, either that or in the South Hero case that it's a distance.
So Krista, just so I'm following the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. So the draft secretary plan
Yes.
took the districts that had experience merging and took them out and said that they've already merged, so we're not going to add anybody to that list. I just kind of looking at this a little differently, saying that these are communities that have already merged and have experience doing it, so, but we've taken them.
The law
Disqualifies
them. The law pulls them out.
Right.
Pulls them out.
Because, and I'll just go back to the law, a district that
Yes.
between June
They're on that
30th,
list.
2013 and July 2nd, 2019 began to operate as a unified school district. So those are one that are not allowed to be under the plan.
But still, Morristown, how does that differ?
Different animal.
Different animal. That's the one I'm.
Stowe
We'll get to
Morristown didn't meet the criteria to be able to,
Elmore
excuse me, Elmore Morristown, sorry,
Yeah.
did not meet the criteria to be able to receive tax rate reductions, et cetera, and so because of that, it didn't fall within the definition of exemption, even though it merged within the same time period.
But just
If they had had three, they would have fallen into that category. So if it was 3 towns, they would have fallen in and been exempt, but because it was 2 and the numbers were less than 900, they were not exempt.
But Stowe Morristown could be merged under the proposed, under our plan.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and it was not in the secretary's proposal.
So just getting back to the ones we're talking about, these three guys, they themselves cannot merge because they have dissimilar operating structures. We can't merge them with the folks on the periphery, so the only real potential merger scenario would involve somebody, if we skipped over the donut to the other side and you start getting into something, does it really actually make any sense?
Yeah.
And I think this is where we need a principle from the board, because if you go and look at your map and you look at the governance resolved and unresolved, and this is the donut you're talking about. And so in the middle, you have Georgia and Fletcher, which have the same operating systems, with Fairfax in the middle, and they're one supervisory union currently. And then outside on the 89 corridor, you have Georgia's connected with South Hero that have the same operating system, but from a distance. So that's where the secretary made a principle that there was some sort of distance between the two, and that's where, as a board, how do we feel about those decisions? I think that's the nuance that we need to figure out, is if it is possible, but the secretary is saying it's not practicable because of that sort of distance between the next district and sort of the configuration within that SU. So
I'm going to take a stab. I'm going to say, rather than focusing on distance, because that could get a little bit squirrely, I'm just going to say contiguous.
I was going to use the exact same
Yeah.
word, contiguous. I'm not interested in leaping over communities. I know that there are a couple cases like Montpelier, where they voluntarily went across at least one community to get to the other one. But if it's not contiguous to me,
I think that's a key principle for us to adhere to.
But there is something in law about it not being contiguous. And can you, and Donna, could you maybe refresh where that is? It's what?
Non-operating districts.
Oh, it's only for non-operating.
Well, that's
Well,
not only, but
The one that I was thinking about is that in the section 9 proposal language, hold on a second, I think that it specifically said it does not need to.
It does not need to be in a section 9.
In the section 9.
Right. So if they're proposing something to us, that involves a non-contiguous, that's okay. But if we're going to impose something that was not proposed, I think a guiding principle should be, we don't impose anything that involves a non-contiguous
and I would go even
structure.
further to say there needs to be a joint road there needs to be some sort of road that goes between the two communities. I'm sure there's going to be a case. Well,
Might be a class 4.
that's fine, but I just don't want to get into that. But I agree with Oliver. Contiguous, and then some sort of driveway or path or something that goes between the
I think
two.
if there was an expanded narrative here, it wouldn't just be about the road, it would be about assessment and systems relative to capacity, because you have, in this case, the supervisory unit is functioning very well, 3 districts working together. If you disrupt that for the sake of doing what? The Grand Isle supervisory in a different context altogether, making some progress, but different situations. And what do you get out of that merger? It's more that kind of sort of subjective analysis rather than.
And that's where it's the subjective, and that's why it's hard to come up with a principle.
Yeah, and I'm not specifically. I don't
just make
think.
sure you're making-
I don't think we're specific. I'm not specifically talking about this one, but just in general as a principle. I don't want to get into. I don't want to be leapfrogging over towns to try to come up with these dance partners.
So, Stacy.
And I don't know if that exists somewhere else.
Contiguity.
So just clarifying, on our list of possible, principles, would be that communities that were non-contiguous would meet the not practicable threshold?
I would say even do we want a hard, fast principle or in general? Because
These are considerations.
In a consideration.
Yeah, unless it was actually proposed as part of an AGS. I mean, if a local community says this makes sense, we should look at that. But if we don't know these communities, and there should be a presumption that if it's not contiguous, it's not practicable.
Okay, so that was added to the list. Another one for consideration was plan number 29, so just the next one over. And this is for Heartland School. And actually, no, this one was, it did bring up, because the secretary, and this is on the page 165, accordingly, because the secretary believes that it is not practical to require merger at this time because it would not advance the goals of Act 46. So again, that was a lot of the rationale the principal adopted, that it does not advance the goals of 46, which is actually what you all were just talking about. The secretary does not propose that the state board merge the Heartland School District and the Wethersfield School District into a unified union school district in the statewide plan. By the time the state board is required, goes on from there. So this, again, it's bringing up that is this merger going to meet those 5 goals outlined in Act 46? And it really talks about the opportunities that focuses on here that are similar to both schools. But thoughts and comments on this one that may help us get to a principle?
Madam Chair?
Yes, yeah, John.
Earlier before the conclusion by the secretary, she says, as a general proposition, when looking at the Heartland and Wethersfield districts, the secretary defers to the legislature's presumption that they would be better able to meet or exceed the educational and fiscal goals. Then she goes on to say, the districts assert, however, that they wouldn't. So I guess that gets to be, well, we're going to get a lot of assertions like that. That's characteristic of many AGS proposals. So I think this gets into a question of, is the evidence presented compelling? And I'm not sure that this is in the area of practicable as much as in the area of possible. That is to say, the districts are saying that there would be no enhanced ability to respond to the goals of the law And I think it's a judgment call for the board to decide that an alternate proposal would enhance their ability.
And I think it's in the second paragraph from the bottom here on page 164. This comes up to something earlier I heard from other board members. Except for their membership in the SU, they have no obvious connections, because there's not appear to be any commitment of the communities to create a new definition of us. There's a scant likelihood that they will realize the potential opportunities of a larger, more flexible, unified structure. More likely, unification will be blamed for any encountered difficulties. Just interesting wording to put down in the report, but we've talked about
the
that.
tuitioning patterns are different. I mean, one district sending their students south, the other one sending them north, so they don't have a common high school or that common experience.
I would just observe that the introduction of the notion of us has no standing in the statute.
And I think that's, I think there's some language in the report that.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. There is some conversation about to what extent they perceive them thinking of all students. That's one of the criteria.
Where's
The alternative government proposal, I believe, to what extent do they have a conceptualization of these being all
of our students. Yeah. That is in the law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other thoughts that would help us get to a principle out of looking at some of these scenarios?
I just have to say I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that the law is the law, so I guess I have to pay attention to it, but I'm personally uncomfortable with institutionalizing parochialism, which is sort of what this is doing.
Are you running for another office, going back for? No, go back.
If so, I'm finished.
Okay. So another case, this one's a little bit, I think, more straightforward, but may help us, is.
But we didn't really narrow down what was our key takeaway from that example?
The communities are sending their kids in. The communities are sending their kids in different directions, so there's no us.
For high school. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess that's something we can add to think about, but lack of community connections, formalized community connections. It's one of those that we've heard, Peter, I see you, that we've had communities that say we don't work well together, but they actually work together on a union board or whatnot. But this is saying that they're just, and again, this is something we can dive into, agree with or disagree with. Trying to get, okay, Peter, and then.
So their central office services will remain the same then? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
So question for the agency, these kids, they're going in different directions. The high schools that they're going to, are they in the same SU or different SU?
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, it looks from the Secretary's proposal, Heartland's tuitioning primarily to Hartford and into the Hanover, Dresden area, whereas Weathersfield's tuitioning to Springfield and Windsor. So a large number of students outside of their own district.
So the K-8 students, I think that's what you're trying to ask, are they in the same SU?
Oh, yeah.
So they're in the same SU, why can the elementary schools not unify?
They have different structures as a district, I believe. I'm going to pull it up here.
Okay. Brad,
just going back to what your conversation before, they are non-contiguous, just what you just talked about, because you've got West Windsor and Windsor in between the two. But they do have the same grade structure, K-8.
They do? They're both K-8s. Yeah, and they have choice.
But they have somebody, okay. So that plays into the.
It does bring in indebtedness also,
Yeah.
which would have to pass our.
Yeah. But non-contiguous, so right there, that's.
Yeah, non-contiguous.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I was going to say, there's a nice discussion of debt in here. I think this would be useful for the board to take a look at, and that's
Give the
talking
page
about
number.
debt being a temporary issue. I'm trying to find it. I think it's on the bottom of 163.
But I would suggest here the primary issue is the fact that they're not contiguous.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the last paragraph. Although assumption of a portion of one district's capital debt may result in tax increases under the district's modeling, the increases may be mitigated by savings that could result from approaching the possibilities of merger in a creative manner. In addition, today's district with little or no debt will tomorrow become the district that needs a new roof. In other words, long-term decision-making should not be based on point-in-time circumstances. Capital debt does not last forever. It's eventually paid off. Districts need to take a long view.
And is that something you'd also advise?
Well, I just think I think it places the issue of debt, it gives us some quality behind. We might want to pursue that as a board.
All right, so another case is 32, the Stanford, which this one is going back to sort of saying if something's in motion, not to disrupt that in the secretary. So it says, accordingly, in light of this development and out of respect for the legislator's decision to provide the districts with the opportunity to merge voluntarily, the secretary makes no recommendation regarding the governance structure of Stanford School District at this time. If you remember, this is the one that is looking south to Massachusetts and the interstate. So this allows them. So one of the principles of the secretary is it's not practicable if something is already in motion. And as John was saying, it's not that if it's just they're sitting down at the table, but they actually have entered into a formal agreement. And so this is just another example of that. So I'm not sure if that is helpful in any other distinction. It's also an interstate district, which would not be allowed to be included in the state plan. So that as a different dimension, again, because a lot of these plans, it's not just an easy if yes, then why. So we have multiple things going on here.
And it requires congressional action.
And congressional action, yes. So a little bit more complicated.
Can they actually merge with in advance of the congressional?
Use the microphone, sorry. So can they what?
Can they merge and operate together with before the Congress?
No.
No.
It's yeah.
No, and I think that's what makes this one so unique, is that every other possible scenario out there is all doable within sort of the timeframes that were listed. But these guys, with something involving an interstate district, it's contingent on federal action, which the state has no control over and they have no control over.
Yeah, I'd just add on to the parallels to Athens graph, and again, that it's all districts are required to have a conversation with a neighbor under the law. So it's not like we should assess that. I mean, they're required to do that. That's a condition of the law. But Athens and Grafton entered into a formal agreement. So you have something more than just an informal conversation with their neighbors. They have a formal agreement to jointly operate a school district. Stanford has a formal process underway to investigate interstate compact. Some different criteria than just a process.
Versus a conversation outside the post office between the two chairs.
And money has been appropriated as well, I think, by the Massachusetts legislature. Yep.
Okay, the next one actually is also number 33, the Waits River Valley. And this actually came up when we were looking at our plan and looking at the Echo Valley, and that was being created. So I'll just skip forward to the page 184, where it says, accordingly, because the Secretary believes it's not practical to require merger at this time, the Secretary does not propose that the State Board request either Echo Valley Community School District or the First Branch Unified School District to accept Waits River Valley. And this is the one, if you remember, it's quite complicated because the Waits River sends their students towards Bradford, and then the other schools are sending more towards Montpelier. So they're sort of in that middle section in between Bradford region and Montpelier, and it's kind of which way do they send their kids. And so in here, they're contiguous. That's the other thing. They are connected, and they are the like districts, but students don't go to the same schools. And so that's where the Secretary made a decision that then you should not merge them, that it would not be practicable. So this is a one that is actually quite complicated when you're looking at the K-8 and what would be the best for this school. Donna?
Just one other point with that is that the districts with which Waits River shares a structure are exempt. So it's another one of those situations where the State Board would not be able to require merger, but could if they chose to, ask, for example, the Orange and Washington's merger. I don't know if you remember, they're now Echo Valley, to accept them, but Echo Valley is itself exempt, so you can't require a merger in this instance.
And that was something, as we were taking plans and looking for a vote, we had asked, where is Waits River? And kind of got a response. We reached out to them, but they didn't want to participate. So they are now sort of by our own action with nowhere to go. So, I mean, that's, so when you look at the map, their like systems have already been merged that are contiguous. And so, again, that's, does that play into any sort of principle we want to add to the list? Because it's not possible, because the people around them are exempt. And is it practical to ask people that are exempt to take them in? Or is that something that will naturally occur, and does that happen by changing SUs? So that was another thing that was brought up in here is what SU should Waits River be placed in to potentially set up conversations to happen? So is there any sort of principles to be gained from this case study?
Well,
Yeah.
I think I don't know if this is principle, but if it's not possible, then it doesn't matter whether it's practicable.
I think that's step one. If it's not possible, it's not possible. And then
At the end of the conversation.
But the practicable, and I think this is what Donna were you getting to, is that as a board, we could ask the newly formed districts. We can't force them in a plan. There can't be any sort of, so we could reach out and say, we think you should enter in conversations, but that can't be part of the state plan. Is that correct? So is that where it's not practicable, and is that what the secretary meant when they were choosing practicable for this situation?
Correct. You could issue an order that said Waits River Valley must, and actually order it, must merge with Echo Valley if Echo Valley is willing to accept it. Echo Valley, are you willing to accept it?
Right. So that's where, and the secretary, just correct me if I'm saying it was not practical at that point to take that step.
Right.
Because they are already still working on a newly merger.
Correct, both because of that and because of the different orientations.
Different orientations. Peter?
So do we have a corollary? You're talking about the districts, but we really haven't been talking about central offices and SUs. I mean, is that going to be part of this discussion as well in terms of, you know what I mean? These are two different issues.
Right, in the state plan, in some of the state plans, it does envision asking the state board to redraw SU boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And so the secretary's proposal, and you can correct me, Dan, is saying that we should make proposals but not have them take effect for another year or two. Is that the way it was written? I'm trying to remember with the secretary's plan. But
I'm thinking for our course of action, it might be more useful to start with district merger, and then, after we finish that phase, then go back and revisit SU boundaries.
so once you know.
Not now or in the same process?
In the same process, but like step one would be to decide.
What I see is this big map, and we're moving these parts around, then we're looking at, okay, how's it gonna work?
Step one would be to figure out, is it practicable or possible to merge Waits River? If not, and set it aside for a minute, and then when we're done doing that initial sorting, come back and then redraw SU boundaries to include districts.
This is a second example where the orientation of students in a tuitioning pattern has come up, and I do actually think that is, I think that's a pretty important factor, because if there's an established pattern where students are going in one particular direction, I do think that that's pretty significant, because there are relationships that develop between that school board and the receiving schools. So I think there is some merit to that as a principle.
Krista, I don't disagree with Oliver's point, but getting back to the earlier one, as far as this example where there is one school that we could order into a new district if the new district was willing to accept them, but we don't want to do that because that district is in the process of a merger itself. This is the one where they've already figured it out once, so I'm not sure.
Well, this one in particular, so I think you're thinking of that Elmore Morrisville, which they, I believe, are in their second or third year. This is a district that was formed this July 1st.
Yeah.
So they've
So it's
even done
fresh
one
in their memory. They haven't lost any institutional knowledge. I guess that's my point as an administrator. I don't know. I know it's a little bit of a struggle. And the old saying, if it was easy, everyone would do it. But in this case, they're already doing it. They're in the process of figuring it out. I'm not sure taking one more school
if they're willing to accept them, and that's a big if, they may say no, but I guess I don't see the harm in saying that they should merge with the new district, if the other district would be accepting of them. I don't see any harm in that.
Stacy?
I agree with you, John, conceptually, but just even like visually looking around the gym and thinking about what they introduced about what it took to take one color from this school and one color from this school, like saying them, okay, now you're gonna be green, gold, and blue. Like I think there's gotta be some level of like letting some of that process take place. I think you're right, like the wheels are greased, but to say to White River, oh, guess what, here's one more. I mean, I guess you're right, they would have to accept them, but I'm not sure does that further the goals of Act 46? Does that just make things like neater?
Oliver's going to tell us.
Okay, Oliver.
No. Well, I was sort of in agreement with John, but then Stacy sort of turned me around here. And another way to look at this is if that district's not ready and they say no,
then what?
they might have been ready in a few years and they say no because they're just not ready now. That sends kind of a challenging message.
So, coming up with a principle, are we comfortable if a district is newly merged? I mean, we're talking about districts that just formed this July, and asking them to remerge again is too much of an ask. Is that what I'm hearing from people? That if you've already merged July 1st, even though you can't force you because it's part of the exemption, we're not going to ask you to, or don't find it's practical. Is that what I'm hearing?
Can we park it and come back to it?
Yes. So can we just put that idea down? Maybe just the idea, not the principle. The idea is, what do you do with a district that is by itself? It could be combined with a district that's already been merged if we ask them to.
Yeah, if you ask them.
If you ask, yeah, because precluded.
John?
John?
I think Oliver articulated another sort of obstacle that could be a hurdle, another consideration that could be grounds for ruling a merger impracticable, and that was orientation of students high school students to different directions. I personally would argue against that, but I think it's been offered as something for us to consider in our laundry list of what I think we can think of as challenges or obstacles that you might regard as hurdles, and that might be taken together in some combination constituting impracticability.
Right. Good.
All right. To that end, one more.
And sorry, I just want to clarify, and there's sort of two flavors of these scenarios too, right? Because there are the districts where there is no existing relationship, and then there are some where there already is a relationship, like the MUDs and the executive.
That's actually a good segue. So if we want to go in the Secretary's report, another place that I think needs some analysis is page 60. And this is the overview of the MUDs. So that was a good segue. Thank you, Oliver. And so with this on page 60, this is sort of the Secretary's thinking behind MUDs. And it says the Secretary enacted the first voluntary merger program in 2010 when it offered tax rate reductions and other transitional assistance to districts that created a UUSD that either had a combined ADM of 1250 or resulted from a merger of at least 4 districts, the RED program. Because of their interrelationship, an existing UHSD and its member elementary districts can create a UUSD only if voters of elementary school districts approve creation of the new district. So we then look, it says in 2011, voters in 2 Chittenden SU districts defeated creation of a UUSD. And in 2012, upon the request of representatives of Chittenden East, the legislature enacted an exception to the RED program. And this is what's going to create the MUD. And so it goes through sort of like the history of the MUD, and it then goes through and gives a little bit of sort of on page 61 towards the bottom. It says the answer is less clear when the state board requests the MUD to expand to include NMED as a full pre-K through 12 member. On the one hand, the USSD board member had authority to approve the request because the NMED is already a member of the MUD for secondary grades. So the board's approval would not change the membership of the unified district, although it would expand the grades for which the NMED is a member. And it goes on and just talking about the MUD. And so with the final secretary in this, it's saying that it's really in all of these, and I just want to make sure I correct the numbers here. I think in all the MUDs, the secretary has asked that they merge. So anything within these pages that you think we need to speak about will help us find a principal. Oliver?
I think the key principle here is that they're already operating as a Union High School district. The relationship it was already established, and I, to perpetuate a complex system just doesn't make any sense. So I would suggest that as a principle, there's a presumption that anyone in this category is practicable.
Other thoughts?
But are they possible?
Oh, it's definitely possible.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's definitely possible that they can be, in terms of practical. I think this is where we get down to the votes of the communities. And I'm thinking of one of the communities in particular had 3 or 4 votes, and it's chosen, not to be part of it. We heard testimony this morning. So in terms of a complicated structure, I'm not sure how complicated it really is when you're talking about, 3 boards, especially where they came from. Because you have the elementary board, and I don't know, you're going to go to examples?
Yeah, if you want to pull one
up.
up.
Why don't I wait till we get to one of the examples?
You can bring one up if that.
Okay, I was thinking of the Huntington Chittenden
Yeah.
East.
Yeah.
That's it.
And, you have the elementary board, and then you have the union board, and then you have the SU board.
So the complexity is you have the union board that is responsible for pre-K through 12 for everybody except one town. So you have to now all of a sudden you have to carve out the accounting for this one other district, but then the other ones it's commingled. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I wouldn't go someplace else, so go ahead. I was just gonna go back to the goals of the law, and one of them is transparency and accountability. So I think, for me, that one of the areas I think we need to evaluate is what does that look like for voters? You have, in these cases, you have a separate tax rate for the elementary school district, a tax rate for the union school district, and you still have a supervisory union, and increasingly with centralization, that SU budget's growing. So you have the inability of voters to vote on the SU budget. And if it's just this one district that's holding up, really, the creation of a single school district with one tax rate, with all the SU costs now embedded in a single budget, giving voters direct access to the whole thing, I think that really gets to, on the other side of the argument, why the central preferred structure really promotes better transparency and accountability. And that's something we have to weigh.
Right, and I think it's important to look, I think this is the first MUD that came into existence also.
Yeah.
I think they've been functioning for 3 or 4 years now.
More than that.
But coming from a total SU structure, they have moved in the right direction. The voters, the people in those towns, it got more simplified, more transparent, and to your point, the SU budget is not voted on directly by folks because it's embedded in the UD structure, the unified district structure, or the SU
If
structure.
it was one,
Right.
if it was one district.
But if it was one district, it would be more
accessible
and visible by taxpayers. And I guess in this case, I see the movement is towards full unification. One town isn't there yet. And is it practical for us to force that town at this stage of the game when they've had such transparent conversation and votes in that community? Now, how you measure one's more transparent than another, another example, I don't know, we can talk about that later, but in this particular instance, it's extremely transparent, and there's been 4 separate votes. And so I think we need to explore the depth of that in terms of practicality.
Stacy first, and then Peter.
Yeah, I think I'm just searching for clarification here on possible principles. The suggestion is that basically it would be no longer, it's getting rid of the mud, right? So it
would create SDs. So that's what, right, the preferred structure. So all of the, I think the 3 out of the 5, it would create an SD.
overriding the exception enacted by the legislature in 2012, right? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you say overriding the exception?
Well, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. The idea would be if we said, okay, in this example, Huntington, for example, no, now you will be a part of this. It will no longer be a mud, correct?
Correct. I mean, so that if those were they're currently a mud, and so they would then, all the ascending elementary schools would be part of the high school.
Right.
So they're already part of the Union High School. So they've basically one town out. Without that, they would then be all together and we create a supervisory district within 3 out of the 5 of those. So there is a distinction in there that 3 out of the 5 would create an SD, not just a unified, not just getting rid of the mud. Is that correct, Donna? Okay.
Can I just give a little historic context? The MUDs are the offspring of 153. We didn't get much luck with 153 originally, so that this was trying to pull some people into a merger, and this is what that is. So this really is sort of a how should you say? Oh, I don't know a proper word, but it was kind of just a way of getting more participation to make this exception. Doesn't mean that in terms of the current law that it makes much sense in terms of how it was constructed at that time.
Stacy, I heard one thing I just don't want to let stand because I think it could create some confusion. I heard the word exception, that the legislature created an exception. So the legislature created a process, as Peter indicated, that's been superseded by Act 46. So there's no exemption.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm just reading out of here where it says exception.
Yeah,
so.
there's no exemption within 46.
And within 46, great,
And
thank you.
keep me honest here, Donna.
Okay.
John.
Another opportunity to reveal my ignorance. What's the reason why one couldn't simply redefine the supervisory union in such a way that the MUD could become an SD?
I think that's what is asking of the Section 9 plan. I mean, when you look at the language of Section 9, it's asking that SU takes responsibility for all kids. So I think that's when the legislature wrote 46. They're envisioning that maybe it would just be an SU, but the SU Section 9 plan would make a plan for how do you see the vision for all kids.
I understand, but
yeah.
if Huntington is unwilling to be part of this, why not just change the boundaries of the supervisory union, and then you've eliminated that obstacle to having an SD.
They're part of a Union High School too, so Huntington sends their kids to the same high school. So I'm not sure. So if you want to change SU boundaries,
yes. I don't. I didn't understand. What were you suggesting, Doug?
Change the SU boundary so that the remaining SU can become an SD.
Well, they are almost a complete SD except for this one issue.
Understood.
Right.
So you would change the SU boundary how to
take Huntington out.
You would orphan.
To take them out, except they're part of the Union School District already. Yeah.
Does that prohibit changing the boundary?
Well,
they take a vote of the electorate
in order
to release
dissolve
them
the union,
from.
they
So they could be released with a vote from the other towns. I mean, that's what we ran into when we were talking about Vernon, and there was that exemption.
Well,
thank you.
So I think this is just a case to think about. The secretary in the plan has said anytime there was a MUD that would create an SD, that it would be, that's a reason to move forward with the merger. And so that's something that as a group we have to decide if that's a principle we agree with or disagree with.
And again, going back to the law is very clear on this point that the preferred governance structure is an SD. And what with these three here, by merging them together, we are moving them into the preferred governance structure. And absent some really compelling case for why the alternative governance structure is the better way to go. And I think in this one specific example, they didn't even submit a Section 9 proposal.
Yeah, Donna?
I just like to clarify the answer that I gave to Oliver. We believe that the MUD itself is exempt under the language. It's the non-member elementary district. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And in all of these cases, the language said that they would accept these towns. Is that correct? In the Articles of Agreement?
Yes, but in every case, the time period has already expired, that they said that they would do that without another vote. So in each of the situations that you have here, each of the five, this Secretary's proposal proposes that you require the non-member districts to merge, if the MUD votes and is willing to accept them.
Any principle that we want to put on the list?
It sounded like that discussion, Mark's perspective was that the principle that a community had voted 4 times definitively should be considered a grounds for being not practicable. Is that what you were suggesting, Mark?
Yeah, it was.
And Oliver was saying, hell no.
So that's what, there's a lot of disagreement. So Stacy.
So I think at least the way I've started writing this down, now that I've done it 4 times, is a list of possible principles, right? So the first principle is any combination that is not statutorily prohibited is possible. And then now I have a list of, it looks like 7 different possible principles, and I guess what's left as we finish the exercise, Krista, that you're walking us through, which is great, is of these principles, I guess the question is, if any one of these proposals hits one of these, 3 of these, all 9 of whatever that number is, I think I think it would make sense to leave kind of what Mark said stand for now as one of the possible principles. Then we can decide how many of these gates, or any of these gates, a community would need to hit to then trigger not practicable.
And which ones, yeah.
So am I hearing 2 opposing principles, though, from the board? So I'm hearing one that if a community votes no, that it's not practical, and I'm hearing another one saying that if it creates a preferred structure, it is practicable. I'm hearing both.
Right.
And so,
So I have it written just as a, I have it written as a non-judgment, just as a lever. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's a decision point that needs to come through?
That's how I've written it.
Yeah, maybe it would be useful to distinguish between principles, which were where we started, our duty, what is our duty? To enforce the law or to carry out its directives. What are the principles under which we operate? Number 1, that we have the authority to do so. And number 2, that authority takes precedence over local votes and other things. That was a principle I proposed. There's no agreement about that, but what you're describing are what you might consider considerations, which, when taken together either singly or in some combination, might rise to the level of constituting impracticability. Is that a fair way to put this?
And from what I'm hearing, then that's when we start making actual decision points, that we start considering, because it says consider these different things, and because these cases are different, and as we look at some of these cases, some submitted Section 9 proposals and some did not. So does that play into the decision if there's a local vote but no Section 9 proposal? What do you do with that? So that's where it gets complicated. So it may be, as Stacey's suggesting, that we have a list of things to consider, and while we're looking at the plan, there's no one fast rule. I think that's the problem with practicable, is that there's no one definition. So there is, and it's not going to be, I'm sure people want us to have a definitive answer, if this, then yes, no. So it's not going to be that easy. And that's what makes this the hard work. And it's just hard work even deciding what is practicable.
Well, I thought our work right now was simply to compile a list of possible considerations.
Yes.
We've not
Yeah.
reached agreement on the
Oh, yeah.
definitive
No.
list.
No.
So so it's on the list, but anything on there might be removed as a consideration that's valid.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Do we have a written, timely Section 9 proposal on the list?
I just wrote that.
Okay,
So-
that we did write it down.
I didn't say timely, but I can say.
Yeah, timely, I mean,
And duly authorized.
Yeah.
Because I found one example where it was never even authorized.
yeah, I think that's, in order for me to consider it, I think that's an absolute must, is that they had to file a duly authorized, timely Section 9 proposal,
Okay.
in my own opinion.
So if we have that on the list, that, this idea that, in the Section 9 proposal, it meets the requirements under law, I would have that too. Because there's some specifics in the law on what it must require, and of course, that idea that the SU must look at students as all of their students and how that plays out within the plan. All right, we're coming up close to an afternoon break, and just wanted to give you some other food for thought. On page 126 is another sort of philosophical.
Oh, sorry, just before we move
Yeah.
on from that one. So I had two presumptions. So one is that where a MUD creates a preferred district, but I would also say anything that's a MUD or an NMED, the presumption is that a merger is the best path forward.
So that would be on the list of considerations. Okay, so this on page sorry, let me make sure I have this right. Yeah, 126 in the Secretary's plan, it talks about districts for which merger is possible, but merger is also practicable, and or is retaining the same structure best, ? And so in this one, it does, sorry, on page 125, right before it, that's where it starts. So it talks about each defined group of districts is a single district responsible for pre-K through 12 and its resident students. In some instances, the district consists of one town, while other multiple town union districts were created many years ago. So the districts discussed in this part are divided into two categories. Districts for which the merger is possible, but for which the state board will want to explore whether creation of a unified union school district is practicable, and whether retaining the current structure is the best way to achieve Act 46 goals under the subheading, districts where a merger is possible, but is it practicable? And then the other one, districts for which the merger is impracticable, or both due to geography and/or operating/tuition structures of neighboring districts are under the superheading districts for which merger is either possible or not practicable, or both. So that's a lot. So within this section, it's really trying to examine those, and we've looked at some of them already, and how the Secretary has weighed in. The one that you might want to look at is 21. This is the Blue Mountain. And as you go through in this one, we didn't discuss it earlier, but on page 131, they have the Secretary believes that the means of Act 46 for each district individually and for the region is for the state board to merge the governance structures of the Blue Mountain Union School District, the Bradford School District, the Newberry School District, and the Oxbow Union High School District into a single unified union school district that provides for the education of its pre-K through 12 students by operating multiple schools. This one was a complicated case, if you remember, because this supervisory union isn't following current law. So they didn't merge in areas that they've been asked to merge before, including special ed and transportation. So that's where I think it's on page, where is that?
We said something about that in Act 49, if I recall. Donna?
I'm sorry.
They were asking about.
It's in the particularly section.
That issue of compliance on the SU responsibilities, I seem to remember we said something about that in Act 49.
Yeah. Yes, Act 49, one of the, in the alternative governance structure guidance that the Act 49 amended from Act 46, the provision about, hold on a second, the compliance about maximizing efficiencies. In Act 49, the legislature added and complies with Section 261, essentially, Section 261A. So it was the AGS guidance in Act 46 was quite general about maximizing efficiencies, and then there was some additional specificity given to it in Act 49. Among that specificity was complies with 261A.
So, yeah, I just pulled it up now. So this is basically saying that if your SU is not in compliance with 16 VSA 261A, that basically restricts your...
This is all, I mean, that's part of what's difficult about all of this is guidance, yep. And it specifically says that an AGS may meet the state's goals, particularly if. Yeah. So it's, you know, there are a lot of qualifiers there. It's not giving you, it's certainly telling you to consider this. I don't know that it's giving you a direct answer one way or another about how heavily to weight it. Yeah.
And so that was some of the criteria is, do we have a principle about school districts that have not been, or supervisory unions that have not been functioning as they should, and does that weigh into decision making? And it's a principle that we have to decide as a board. So these are areas that have not been following law, and they're asking for a carve out from this law from 46. So what is the principle of the board?
I just think it goes more to practicability in terms of their ability to implement the law. These districts had difficulty implementing Act 153 or the virtual merger provisions of Act 156 as it pertains to special education. This is going to be a challenge for them as well. At the same time, you know, is it the board's position to wait until they're ready, you know, to do that, and what is that going to look like? So this gets to a tough call. It's to me, it reminds me a lot of the Cabot-Danville conversation, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that's what any principles to be gained out of this. That, as Dan was saying, are they ready? And if they're not ready, does that make it unpracticable because they haven't followed existing statute?
So I'm not that familiar with this situation. In other words, what 153 had, the last part of it was special ed, transportation, all of that. And that's 8 years ago.
Yeah, it was, the special ed in particular was delayed under Act 156, so it gave people time to give them few more years there. Next time they were supposed to collect and bargain, they were supposed to.
They still haven't done it.
They still haven't centralized, yeah.
So do we have to look into that closely to determine the reasons?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the question, like Donna said, it's guidance, you know, that was incorporated into Act 49. It's not meant to necessarily negate their Section 9 proposal, but for the board, the question is, would you be advancing the goals of Act 46 by forcing them to merge when they've demonstrated a lack of capacity to implement the prior aspects of the law relative to virtual merger?
And it's hard because it shows something is going on in that area that is lacking. And Mark was talking about leadership, that local leadership or, you know, function, or something is happening to prevent that from being a fully functional SU, and what's happening on the ground level, and are they ready to take on the additional challenges of 46, and is that something to exempt them from or to push them further and faster? And that's where the board has to decide. So is it something that you're willing to give time more than 8 years, or is it something that you think that should be done with more speed and deliverance? Yes?
My instinct is that we've got this just backwards. Remember that the considerations we're speaking about are kind of get out of jail free cards. And I can't imagine that you would want to issue such a card to a district which has willfully or out of incompetence or whatever
been in violation of directives of the General Assembly for the last 8 years. That shouldn't be, it seems to me, grounds for saying, oh, they're there, you're not very capable, so you don't need to do this. Can't imagine that. So I think we just got it backwards.
I mean, so is that, I mean, that's what is being presented to us, though, is that, does that make it not practicable?
And I'm going to concur with John's point here, and we have to go back to the law, and the goal of the law here is to create sustainable governance structures. And I would argue that the challenges that this district has encountered are a result of an unsustainable governance structure. So the idea that, you know, what's being proposed here is to create a larger, more sustainable governance structure will hopefully provide an opportunity for some, you know, new leadership to come in and get things into a better place.
Mark and Stacy.
Stacy, did you want to go? Okay, I that's hard to disagree with, but once again, I think the greatest asset a community has is its people. Now we talk about indebtedness and that there's some kind of margin there that might disqualify some kind of merger, and I wonder if there's if the human element of that asset is missing, that leadership is missing, is it fair for whoever we merge them with?
And I think it comes even more because we just added Blue Mountain to that area. So they were entering a new SU because they were their own supervisory union, and they were added to the supervisory union. So that adds a complicating factor. So this was the hard case. So if you're asking the SU to make changes, do you also incorporate Blue Mountain, who's already done that in their own?
Right.
So any principles to be gained?
I'm just going to, at the risk of over agreeing with Oliver and John, I'm going to agree with them on this one, that it does seem like it's just sending the wrong message to say that you're not complying with current law, so we're going to keep exempting you. I know they'll figure it out, and I think maybe we just have to push them a little bit. But it is a little, as a longtime government person, it just seems like that's the wrong message to send to a locality, is that if you don't do things right, we'll let you keep sliding. And it seems like that's what's happening in this particular school district. And I think that as far as a statewide plan, I don't think we should have an exemption for that.
Stacy?
I just wonder if we need to dig a little deeper into the why it's not happening, or what has transpired over that time. If it's a community that over 8 years has been looking for resources, met with the agency, has tried different opportunities, or they keep losing their principal or their super. Like, I think if we have a little more sense of the why, I could go either way. I think the other thing is we also just had a possible principle about a newly merged district will not be asked to accept new districts, was one of the possible principles. I wonder if there's like a correlated, a newly merged SU. Yeah, like is there some kind of corollary with Blue Mountain and that other principle that we just talked about?
Again, I think we have to make sure too, there are some things we can keep track of in our purview, but I am concerned about what's happening there. This process of listening to all the schools and districts and supervisory unions coming to us has really opened my eyes to some of the concerns that we have in this state and the reason we have Act 46. And there are some areas that I would like as a board, things that are in our purview, like education quality standards, to make sure that these are being met for those students, to make sure they have the opportunities. If these principles and laws are not being applied in these areas, and what does that mean for the students of those areas? And so there's almost a separate concern from this report, but what are we going to do for the governance? And then I think the long-term plan is what do we do with a board as what tools that we have. We're not the ones that can go and enforce those laws. That's not our purview, but we can do a lot more checking into the school and reviewing the data and looking at that leadership turnover. I know there's been a lot of leadership turnover there. So we've seen.
I know I'm stepping a little bit outside of what we're talking about, but we've maybe identified an SU that's stepping outside of its responsibilities, and I believe the Agency of Education has the ability to step into that SU. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly.
And so once again, I understand the get out of jail free card, and trying to be fair to who we may merge a dysfunctional SU with. Maybe this is a case in of itself, and that we should consider keeping them the way they are and having the agency step in and do something so that they are more ready to merge. And of course, the agency would have to have enough money and personnel to be able to do this. And
so as we're sitting here in this particular building in this district here, there's another principle that comes to mind, and I see a lot of similarities here, because what's being proposed here is there's a K through 12 district, and then there's a 7 through 12 district, and they're both relatively small. And I think there's some concerns about sustainability and also about opportunities for students. And as we've learned from the earlier presentation here today, there were a lot of opportunities that the students have been able to take advantage of through some of the creative adjustments. And I think that this presents that as an opportunity. So I just want us to keep that in mind as a principle.
So what is that? I mean, so what would you say the principle is?
That the merger creates an environment that would lead to greater opportunities for students.
Okay, so if we can add that to the list.
So
John?
no, that's not the same list. You're sort of, I think we're mixing apples and oranges
Okay.
here.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
What Oliver just described is a reason in support of bringing governance together. What the impracticable things are reasons why not to require it. So, and it's a useful list to begin, certainly, because what you could say is that there are obstacles on the one hand, but there are benefits or incentives on the other, and that we, in the end, need to be balancing those. So let's just differentiate between things that give us rationale in support of convergence and things which explain why convergence is impracticable.
So lastly, if we're getting a point to a break, but if you could just turn to page 185, and I mean, this is the easiest one. So this is for districts for which merger is either not possible or not practicable or both. And it gives a list of all the schools and goes through, as a general principle, the secretary defers to the legislature's presumption that a district would be better able to meet or exceed educational fiscal opportunity, equity, and efficiency, and the district school would be more likely or remain viable if they had access to flexible, inherent, and larger unified structure. This group, however, consists of districts that are geographically distant from other districts that share the identical operating tuition structure. So that's a principle. In each instance, movement into a larger unified governance structure can occur only if the voters of the district and or the voters in one or more other districts in the region are willing to compromise regarding the grades for which they operate the schools and pay tuition. So it goes through and lists them. So just looking at the schools, it's very, it's a list that's not possible. We've talked about some of these already. We've talked about South Hero. We've talked about Vernon. So the Walcott School District. So all of these that the secretary is saying is not practicable or possible. Anything that people want to add from this list? I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward, this idea that it goes back to some of the ones we've already talked to, that they are geographically distanced from any other district that shares an identical operation. I think that gets at the one we were saying with contiguous.
Yeah.
I mean, that might even be a nicer way of saying that they are geographically distant from any other district that shares identical operating tuitioning structure. That might even be more succinct than contiguous.
I would say with contiguous, because as soon as you say distance, how do you measure distance? Contiguous is binary.
Yeah.
Super easy.
Peter.
So we still have to give them central office services, right? That's
So,
do that.
right, so this is not merging the districts themselves. They are still a member of an SU. So we looked at South Hero, still a member of an SU, but it's still its own standalone district. because the closest partner would be Georgia, but Georgia and South Carolina don't touch. And that's what the state board, I'm hearing people say, that if it's not contiguous, then that's not a viable option.
So Krista, can I just ask
Yes.
a definition of contiguous? Does that mean that, that corners touch?
Yeah.
Is that?
That's
Okay,
contiguous.
I'm just making sure that we're not saying a common border, that if you have, you know, like that place out in the Midwest where you can stand 4 states at the same time.
I mean,
Right.
you could, if you look at it, there's 89 connects the two of them. I mean, is that, if you want to get nitty gritty. So, I mean, I think we're saying that they have some sort of
That they have
touching.
some, that they touch each other. That's all I just want to make sure that later we get down the road, we don't.
No, that's, yeah, Peter.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
can't
good.
assume that their SU that they're currently in is what's it's gonna remain as such, right? These.
That is true. So, and that goes to the last section of the report, adjustments of SU boundaries. So this is just saying that they should be a standalone district, doesn't mean that they would change, it doesn't mean that their SU wouldn't change.
And this is one area, and Donna, keep me honest here, where we're on a tight timeline and we're mandated by the legislature to put a plan in place regarding the districts by November 30th. But we still retain authority to adjust SU boundaries after that date. Is that correct?
That's correct, under section 261, which has been in place for decades.
John?
I'm just wondering if the list on page 185 oughtn't to be viewed in light of all the other decisions or proposals. A specific example might be number 42, Windsor, West Windsor. Well, Wethersfield was separated from Heartland by West Windsor. That was the reason they weren't contiguous. So there must be a good reason for this that I don't understand. Why would Windsor, West Windsor, and Wethersfield not be considered?
Windsor, West Windsor merged, and so they've become a pre-K through 12, or they will be a pre-K through 12 operating district, which means that it does not have the same operating structure as the district to its north or the district to its south. The only reason that they are here is because, similar to Elmore Morristown, they didn't meet the specific criteria to be eligible for tax rate reductions, and so even though they merged within this time frame, they aren't exempt.
They would be eligible then to be married with another district.
That has the same structure, correct?
So,
And their neighbors don't have the same structure.
well, the irony, of course, is that West Windsor had exactly the same structure as did Wethersfield until it merged with Windsor. West Windsor didn't have high school.
But they had, they did not operate 7th and 8th, and both the district to the north and the district to the south do operate 7th and 8th, so they were not the same even then.
Okay, thank you.
Dan?
No, just to Oliver's comment, I think the state board's final plan should include SU boundary reconsideration, not to your point, I think, yeah, you have that authority after this exercise is over, but I think you're gonna, especially with this list, you're gonna have to engage in some SU boundary redrawing as part of the plan that you'll finalize prior to November 30th.
All right, yeah.
One last thing, that discussion we just had about those 3 towns, districts, makes me wonder sometime about the operating district rule, dissimilar operating districts as being an impermeable barrier to convergence of governance. It seems to me to be a very artificial consideration in some requests, in some situations.
And
Section
Donna,
4.
do you want to address that?
I understand it's the statute. I'm
right.
suggesting that the statute be revisited.
So for future, I mean, that's not, again, we can't change that.
I
It can be
understand.
changed, as Oliver said, at the State House.
Yes,
It's
well,
on the-
I'm looking.
It's fought very hard for that section.
I'm looking for a list of
There are 2 levels to it. One is that statutorily, you don't have the ability to require a
Right.
district to change. Beyond that, constitutionally, our legal advice to you and my legal advice to the legislature when I was legislative counsel is that constitutionally, you can't have a single district that treats students in the same grade differently. So you wouldn't be able to merge them and keep their current operating and tuitioning different operating and tuitioning structures in different towns as a single district. That's a constitutional issue. It's a statutory issue about whether or not you'd be able to require one of them to change so that there's something the same.
Okay. See you in court.
All right. On that note, it's time for a break, I think. And so we have, it's just shy of 2:30. So if we could be 2:45, just shy of that. And could we have, Stacy, do you mind just whatever list you have, we can try and make a photocopy of so we can try.
So
All
we
right.
can examine your handwriting.
Yeah, so how about we make it 2:45, just to add a little bit extra in there so we can get that photocopied. And we'll be back then. All right, if we can come together again. And again, we are running late, so we're doing so well, but we're doing with the timing. Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. So we are, again, working on the guiding principles for statewide governance plan. And can we just, Oliver, do you feel in a place that you could read it?
Yes. Alrighty. So any merger scenario that is not statutorily prohibited is deemed to be possible. Proposed mergers under the acting secretary's plan shall be deemed to be practicable unless a school district or group of districts submitted a duly authorized AGS proposal by January 31st, 2018, and some or all of the following factors are present, in which case the SB will give due consideration to the same.
Nice.
First, districts have formal agreements and/or processes underway to merge governance, example, joint school district or interstate compact. Second, non-contiguous to a like operating structure unless offered under an AGS proposal. Third, if spending per equalized pupil is greater than 20% of the mean spending per equalized pupil of potential merger partners, then the SB will examine the impact of debt. Fourth, the case where there was a no vote on a 706B merger. Fifth, the district SU was merged within the last, district stroke SU was merged within the last 2 fiscal years and is not a MUD or NMED.
Nice.
That's what we talked about.
Okay, all right. So we had a motion by Mark, correct? Seconded by Peter. And so discussion, John.
The motion is to do what?
Mark, can you clarify?
Accept.
And just with the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. The motion is to accept our work of the day as guiding principles moving forward.
I want to just raise a concern about procedure, that we don't want to be in a situation, I think, where we've adopted something and then it cannot be reversed without a formal reconsideration, which has some rules about it. I wonder if we might consider calling this a working understanding from which is, in other words, not binding indefinitely upon us, but only where we stand now, kind of is the idea of it, with the full understanding that in fact, we may wish to use similar language in every step of the way until we get to the very end, at which point then we can sign off on the whole thing kind of irrevocably.
Okay, so I hear an amendment to call it a working.
Yeah, I would propose that.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Bill.
Can you, I'd like to hear the language again, please. The amendment.
The amendment.
Well,
so John.
I guess I'd have to start by asking Mark to repeat one more time, or the chair to repeat the language as proposed by the maker of the motion.
Move to accept the work of the day, all this, which I'm not going to read, as guiding principles for our work to be done with coming up with our plan.
Maybe I could suggest as a working understanding of our guiding principles.
So you want to
Okay.
amend that to be a
Yes.
working understanding of our principles. Now, is that a friendly amendment, or do we need
Well,
to
it
take a
depends
vote?
on the maker of the motion.
Yeah, sure.
Is that friendly
Yep, it is
amendment?
with me.
Yes.
Pete?
Okay, so, can you repeat back then?
I
Just-
can't.
You can't?
Move to accept the work of the day as a working document guiding us.
Working understanding?
Working understanding, thank you. Working understanding for our principals to get us to a state plan, to the state plan.
John?
Are we voting on the amendment?
I think, was that just a friendly amendment? So you just-
It's a friendly amendment. Then, before we vote on the amendment as the motion as amended, I would like to explain my vote in the negative. I'll be opposing this motion because I'm very uncomfortable with the number 4, which is extending import to a no vote on 706B proposals. And my reservations are that there, in my reading of the law, simply no provisions for us taking that into account in our deliberations on the state plan.
Any other discussions?
I hear John's concern, and I think it's a valid concern, but the language that we're looking at here is clear that we're going to give consideration, but it's not dispositive. And if it were dispositive, I would definitely join you in your concern. But I feel comfortable, and again, I would stress, and for members of the public, this is really a working document, and the intent, and I really appreciate Mark making the motion that he did today, is to put something out there to invite comment from the public. We'll have a few weeks, and I think it's really helpful for the process for people to understand the principles that we're going to attempt to use to apply some sort of a uniform standard for how we're going to apply, how we're going to move forward.
Any other comments? Are people prepared for a vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
Nay.
Nay.
Oh, wait, so there were 3. I honestly didn't hear properly, and there was more voices, so could we do a roll? Yeah, John?
Can we just
Show of hands.
Show of hands. Okay, that would be helpful. For all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say no. Okay, the ayes have it. So we've adopted those as a working principles to be used. All right. So, and thank you. I mean, this is hard work, and I really appreciate everybody's dedication to this, to do this in public, to sit here and to process as a group. We're not one person looking at this plan and coming up with their own principles, but trying to come up with something as a group. And I want to thank everybody.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo, I thought, the amount of respect that we showed one another, and listening and really hearing and revising was nice to be a part of it. So, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, John?
Madam Chair, you're probably going to go on to next steps?
Yes, and consent agendas.
Okay. May I just inquire if we might ask of the agency to do some homework for us? If it would be possible for the agency to go through all of the proposals that meet the test of this understanding, that is, they're all submitted in a timely fashion. That's roughly 43 proposals, I guess. Give us a simple spreadsheet that tells us if any of these conditions, these 5 conditions, are applicable in the instance of each of these secretaries' proposals. I guess there may not be that many secretaries' proposals, but of the number of secretaries' proposals, which of them trigger any of these 5 conditions, with any annotations you might wish to make about that. That would be, just give us, that gives us kind of the lay of the land about where the grappling for the word, the inconceivables live. What's the word, Stacy?
I don't know.
The impracticables.
Right.
That's-
Impracticability.
That would just give us a quick scan of where impracticability may be clustered or reside, and then we'd know to drill there.
We know there's at least one for every
Right.
benchmark, because that's where we drew them all out.
Bill?
Yes.
Microphone.
Let's clarify what we're doing on the 17th and what we're going to do with the agreed ones.
We are, so just quickly, before, we do have a consent agenda, so let's just follow the rest of the agenda here, because we're getting to that, the calendar review agenda planning. So I think we're jumping the gun here a little bit, but can we go to the consent agenda, and do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and
Second.
And seconded. And so the only thing on there are the minutes from September 19th. That was per request of the board, that we didn't want anything else on there. That was just the minutes, that's bare minimum. Any discussion or comments?
Yes, I wish to extend my gratitude and appreciation and acknowledgement for the excellent job that was done in the preparation of these minutes.
And just for the record, I sent them to John to edit beforehand. So
And it was not a, and I didn't make a single change.
About 20 minutes here. So
I made no changes. It was perfect.
And he didn't have any corrections, so that's actually Julie said. So if we're ready to vote on the consent agenda, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. So we have passed the consent agenda. Moving on to the calendar review, really just the agenda planning for the 17th. So at this point too, we are scheduled to be at Hartford. We are just making sure that that is clear. Like we're working on making sure we have the amount of space that we need. So we're 90% positive it will be at Hartford, but just to put that out there. So that will be our next meeting on October 17th. And now we are looking at agenda planning. I did want to put out there, we usually go to the Teacher of the Year school, but that school doesn't have capacity to host us. So we are a needy guest now. So we asked for at least 100 seats, so that way we can have guests come. And so that's not something every school is able to do. So they were not able to, and that's why Hartford stepped up and they were able to do that. So we're thinking about agenda planning, so next steps. That's exactly where we're at. So if we're looking at the list that we just came up with, and just going back to something that was thrown out earlier, that we take off the possible, if you want to take that first, and looking at the state plan, because that's pretty straightforward. If it's not possible, there's any combination of statutory that's prohibited. That's a pretty easy way to start. So is that something that we want to start looking at the possible at our next board meeting? And that way, anybody that's up for in consideration under the Secretary's plan under possible will come to us and have a provisional vote.
Could we ask the agency to staff that out and simply give us a list, which I presume would be 0, of the Secretary's proposals that are not possible?
I think that's already on page 185. So page 185 in the Secretary's report, it lays out which ones are not possible.
But we're talking about are we talking about the AGS proposals or the Secretary's proposal?
The Secretary's proposal, because they cannot be merged because they are unlike districts. So those are the lists on page 185. And so with a couple, there's a couple in there that are not practicable too, but I think that's an easy list that we can go through. Donna?
They're not possible, but I think it brings in a practicability with geography, actually. It's not possible because there is no other district near them that has the same structure. And those were decisions 34 through 43 that the Secretary said they weren't possible or practicable or both. So I think you could say that they're not possible, but you might want to look at the geography just to see if you agreed with what the Secretary's proposal of geography was.
So do we want to start there with almost a backwards, so starting with the 34 through 43, those plans, and those would be the ones that were deemed not possible or practicable, and then we could go from there.
We're eating dessert first.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's an easy test for the,
I'll bring dessert.
non-contiguous language.
Okay, so, so for our agenda planning, we could start with 34 through 43.
Do we expect to spend time on those, or one motion for that group?
And Donna, you can advise us, we need a vote on each of these, correct? Or could they be on as a group?
I think it would be better to vote on each, even if the vote is, is very simple. It would just be better, I think it's cleaner if you do that.
Okay. So,
And I'm sorry, just one other thing that kind of plays into this is that we were going to talk about just the decision points document today, but I think that it's probably too late in the day to talk about anything that's that technical. But I would urge you to read this first page and try to understand what the numbers mean, but you're going to need to decide how you're going to make the decisions, I think, and whether the 43 different options that we had are the right options.
so do people want to review that document before we do the 34 through 43?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Krista, can I ask, are we gonna vote, are we gonna do like a rolling vote through like October, November, or are we going to say, like push pins, here's where we think we're leaning, and then on one day we vote on all of them, boom, 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 boom?
Well, so, and so just getting some advice about having a vote for each of these, it'd also be advisable, I think we talked about this last meeting, to have a vote that was saying to add this to the final state plan, and then take one final vote on the state plan. So it'd be a motion to add it to the state plan. So that way, each of these would be, make a motion to accept the secretary's proposal and instance number, whatever that is, and add it to the state plan. At the very end, we would do one final vote on the whole state plan. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Yeah, no, if it doesn't.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's gonna be any point where we get further down in the conversation and we won't wanna have voted on A until we've decided what we wanna do about T.
Right, and so, and that's why if we just add it, say we add it to the plan, that is a way you can remove something from the final plan too.
Okay.
So that way it's adding things and taking a vote at the end. John?
Back to the not possibles. I don't understand why, if we concur that a proposal is not possible, we spend any time worrying about whether it's practicable. Since what possible is about what the statute says. And I could imagine that we might do the work of satisfying ourselves that the secretary is correct in her assessment that they are not possible. Remember, our job is to ascertain for ourselves if the claims or representations of the secretary have merit by our views. And so I think the first test is it or is it not possible? Is the secretary's recommendation or assessment correct? If it's correct, there's nothing else to talk about.
And we just take a vote.
Yeah.
You just say that we confirm the secretary's assessment. We don't need to get into any practicability for those cases. We have enough of those to deal with later.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's why we're starting with that first, just to, we'll take those votes. It should be hopefully fairly quick, and if there's one that we need to spend more time with,
Well, we should at least have a due diligence discussion. Are we satisfied that the secretary is correct in this case specifically, that this is not possible?
Right.
Yes, no?
So once we move on to that, it becomes what is the will of the board and how do we want to look at these different subjects. The secretary organized them in a way that we could make sure that we're not making decision one way in one district and one way in another by looking at putting all the traditional UHSDs together, by putting the MUDs together. Do you want to continue in that way so that way we can ensure that we're not making decisions differently in the north than we are in the south?
I think that's wise.
And so should we start at the top of the list then, in the list, and looking at traditional UHSDs, and then moving down to the MUDs, and then USDs with unlike members, so going in that order. And the tricky part is anticipating how far to go down the list. And are we saying in the October 17th meeting, and what we warn, we need to make sure that we're warning any potential vote. So how far do we want to warn the entire thing? And maybe we'll know where ones we're pulling off. This is where I need to know the will of the board as we're making the agenda. And this is a quick turnaround again, because today is November 2nd. We are meeting October 2nd. We're meeting October 17th. So this is
And then
2
when's
weeks.
the next one?
What?
And then the next one is?
November 14th, and then another one's scheduled for November 28th. So I just need to know the will of the board, so that way we can warn a meeting. And knowing that we may not get to all of them, I think it's important to make sure that we do our best effort to get.
I would warn them all, so we
Yeah.
have the flexibility, because we don't want to be constrained.
Okay.
And then just adjourn if we don't get through it.
Okay, and we'll go through in the existing order that's here, so we'll do the last ones first, and then go back to the beginning and move through there.
And we may revisit, so I think we should be careful in any subsequent meetings to warn everything, so we always have the flexibility to go back and adjust.
Okay, that's what I was, yes, John?
If I recall correctly from the calendar that we had, there was a note that we would have 2 hours for this work at the next meeting, because it's a regular meeting of the board. I hope it can be more than 2 hours.
I think that was a guess from last January. If you remember, that was last January, an attempt to be like, what does this look like over the next year?
Okay.
And so I think the consensus being this takes a lot more time, and that's why we've really pushed everything else off the plate of the board except focusing on this in the last 5 meetings. Anything else then for agenda planning? Then is there a motion to adjourn by Callahan?
Can I just
Oh,
ask quickly,
yeah.
we get something in writing before our meeting, hopefully?
For
the next, I mean, I know it's just 2 weeks,
So what in writing?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of documents that we can possibly review in advance before that.
So just remember, so we have, the biggest document is here, your binder.
Yeah.
And then the section 9 proposals are all online. So those are the ones that are there to be had are online. And so that would be the documents really. And if there's anything the agency creates, I don't see how the agency is going to create anything for us and get it in the mail. It's going to be electronic mailing again, because to be in the mail, it would have to be done by this Friday and get mailed out. So I don't foresee that being possible or practicable.
That word's like burnt.
It is possible. I don't think it's practical. So I think anything that will be it'll be electronic.
Okay.
Anything else for then Callahan?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by John. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
If anybody opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and thank you for our special October 2nd meeting of the State Board.